Iran a weapon that is far more usable than nuclear weapons, which is the Strait of Hormuz, choking off global oil supplies, essentially disrupting the global economy. And what they have realized is they have this weapon, they can use it, they can turn it on and off without will, and anything that institutionalizes it means that at this point, the United States and its Gulf allies are in a sense hostage to Iranian good graces in order to get their product out.
So could there be a deal in which Iran remains in control of the Strait of Hormuz?
It seems like Iran will be very reluctant to give up that power and that authority. And just to give you a sense of what a big loss this is, Anderson, the United States' first military actions in 1799 were about freedom of navigation, the so-called quasi-war with France, then the war with the Barbary pirates. That was all about freedom of navigation. Since then, the United States has fought for and tried to maintain the principle of freedom of navigation. As the global superpower, that has been an absolute, we had in 1979, the legislation passed, the freedom of navigation program. That is what is being given up here. The idea that Iran can control one of the key choke points of the world economy flies in the face of the whole basic responsibility the U.S. had. And as you say, this was not an issue for 47 years of tension with the U.S. and Iran. Iran never closed the Strait of Hormuz. So the United States and Israel have somehow handed Iran a weapon at the end of this that they never had. And as you said, the nuclear program is not even in the 10 points.
So if Iran remains building a nuclear program or the capabilities to have a nuclear device and then gets control of the Strait of Hormuz, they would end up in a better situation than they were before this.
Right. So they have then the nuclear stockpile which they have this maritime position of power. But remember, they're also proposing Iran's parliament has passed legislation to this effect to charge $2 million per ship. So the number of ships that normally cross the Strait of Hormuz is about 100. You do the math, and JP Morgan has done the math, that is $90 billion of additional revenue for Iran, on top of about 50 to 60 billion in oil revenues. All of a sudden, Iran is, after Saudi Arabia, the richest country in the Middle East. And so you've taken an Iran that was weak, contained, its nuclear program shattered, and you've given it control of the strait, enormous new revenue flows, and the nuclear stockpile. It's a very strange outcome.
So much for the art of the deal.
Militarily, where are we when you look at the temporary ceasefire and who's in charge of the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, right now it seems like Iran holds all the cards for the Strait of Hormuz still, and they have said in a very carefully worded statement that they will allow for some passage through the strait with technical limitations. So essentially saying who they allow, what they allow to go through, and that the Iranian military is essentially determining that. So it seems like Iran is very much in charge of the strait, but militarily, I think we are exactly where we've been. The United States has said that they've managed to do a lot in these high volume strikes, but Iran has managed to do a lot with relatively little. And we're sort of at this precipice where there's been a cessation of hostilities for now, but those could flare back up at any point in time.
Yeah.
And Israel as the wild card with Lebanon could be the start of that potentially flaring back up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Add one thing to that, too. One of the things that we are seeing is that Iran is going to be charging a $2 million per tanker tax.
Well, we know that's what they want.
We
don't know where this is going to go. And this off-ramp, I was calling it an off-ramp because the president said this is a starting point. It's not like he's accepted what some would consider maximalist demands from Iran.
Yeah, but this if this goes forward, this would be a
toll booth
that is split with Oman on the other side of the strait, but could potentially be delivering Iran $1 billion of new revenue per week that would be directly translated into oil prices going forward. So this is a situation where it's, I think, not just sort of where we were, but a substantially worse position for the global economy than we were 2 months ago.
Which is where a lot of the questions are now. If you don't mind, David, I want to play for the audience one more time.
Hello, my name is DrPaulCottrell. We are live streaming on Rumble and YouTube, also on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. If you want to see the market telemetry in real time on how the news is affecting the market, take a look at my website and watch the live broadcast there or the YouTube version. If you want to see the larger screen, that's the Rumble version. I'm also simulcasting on X Spaces. You can hear the show or you can ask for the mic and ask questions. If you are watching the show, either Rumble or YouTube, type in your questions and I'll try to answer them. The big news that happened last night was there's a ceasefire. Trump's not going to knock out, at least not anytime soon, their bridges and infrastructure, their power plants or anything like that. Markets reacted positively in terms of the equity markets and the energy markets. Natural gas started to sell down and also oil. Oil was trading at around 117 before the announcement, and now it's trading at $92.40. So it dropped from 117 to 92 handle for WTI. That's a big drop. All right. So what just happened in the energy markets is historic. Now, this is why I was saying that it was super important to make sure that you risk manage. It's very hard to deal with all of these whipsawing news announcements in the energy sector. So it's important to have some long positions and have some short positions, and then have some cash on hand to be able to balance that dynamic hedge. In the short term, oil should be continuing to drift down. Now, what you want to take a look at is UCO and SCO. UCO is an ETF that will long the energy market. SCO is to short it. It's a 3 times leverage. So you have leverage decay. So it's something that can only be done short term. You can't do this long term. And right now, pre-market open, UCO is now trading at $36 handle. At the close of yesterday, UCO was trading at $40.96. And SCO is trading at around 8.8, and it closed yesterday at 7.9. So just watch those. Another thing to take a look at is that since oil dropped a lot, Gush, which is an ETF, I think is 2 times leverage, that invests in exploration companies and energy and gas production companies, that's dropping. That's now trading at around 3.7.5. It closed yesterday at 43.38. Now the short of the inverse of Gush is DRIP. That closed at 4.19 yesterday, and it's trading at 4.75. So it's slowly ticking up. The energy markets, the energy companies probably are going to have a sell-off today. Now, in terms of equity futures are trading at 6,836. So it's going to be a rally today for the S&P 500, and the VIX is trading at around 20, just above 20. We would like to see it to drift to 19 to 15, but because of the uncertainty that it might, stay at around the 20 mark, maybe bounce around the 18 to 22 for VIX. The currency markets are moving a little bit. The Japanese yen is strengthening and the euro is strengthening. So people are moving out of the dollar because of the crisis. There was people moving into the dollar because it's a safe haven. Now they're moving away and taking risk. So right now we're seeing risk on in the equity market. So if you paid attention to what I was saying, all right, we didn't know what was going to happen last night, but if I kept on saying to people, keep on buying the S&P 500 or some sort of broad index ETF, all right? I kept on saying that, keep on buying. If you paid attention to me, you would have made money. You'll make money if you did what I told you to do, and you closed out your position at 9:30 or 9:35 today. You would have made money on that new position, that new capital that I told you to put in. All right. Now the market. When I told people to do this, I told people to do it at approximately 6,475. All right. And it's now, the futures market's at 6,833. You would have had a 5.5% return just on this new position that I told you to make. Just if you just bought just a few trading sessions ago. So this is the reason why I keep on saying, if you listen and do what I'm doing, if you listen and do what I'm recommending you to do, you will benefit from the news. But not just that, you will benefit from how to improve your health and slow down the aging process. All right. So that's an overview of the market. We're going to continue listening to, what's going on. We'll continue watching the market, how it emerges. It is probably a very fragile ceasefire. It could collapse. And if that does, then energy markets will continue to go up. So, trading the oil markets right now is still in a tumultuous situation, and it can go either way. It can continue to drift. I think it'll continue to drift. But if the Israelis do something, or if the Iranians have it do some sort of sneak attack or something like that, oil is going to go up another $10. We saw a big drop from 117 to 92. Well, it can go back up. It doesn't take much. So you have to be you got to have that, you have to pay attention to the market and preferably have some sort of dynamic hedging that's taking place. All right. Please share the links. I'm telling you how to make money. I'm telling you how to get healthy. All right. Please share the links and ask your social media to follow me. You can follow me on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. You can watch my content on my website. I have live streams and archival broadcasts that you can watch. You can help support the work that I do by donating. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee on my website. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon channel and my Substack channel. I do all these videos for free. I'm telling you how to make money in the market and how to get healthy. All right, it's a win-win. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer. You're going to be able to slow down the aging process and improve your different organ systems. And just briefly, there was a book, and I'll do a video on this, a separate video. There's a book that you should get. This was published this year. It's called The Invincible Brain. This book explains, this is by Fatuhi, Dr. Fatuhi, MD, Ph.D. And he is a neurologist. He's an adjunct professor at Johns Hopkins University. But the point here is that he proves what I've been saying on how to improve your brain function that I've been saying for 6 years. All right? He published this book this year in 2026 and proves what I've been saying for 6 years. All right? So if you just pay attention to me, you do what I tell you to do, you will radically mitigate early onset of dementia, radically improve your brain function, especially in the context of what we went through in 2020. There are going to be a lot of people that are going to have early onset of dementia. If you pay attention to me, I'll get you through it. If you don't pay attention to me, don't be surprised that bad things happen. But this book, which was published this year, proves what I've been saying for 6 years. All right? So it's not like I read the book and, told people what to do. No, I invented a process. I invented something that actually helps to slow down the aging process. And it's based on research in sports medicine, in geriatric medicine, and understanding how the immune system works. It's about soaking up free radicals. It's about bringing down inflammation, and it's about stacking certain types of supplements in a holistic approach. You do it this way, you won't need to rely on allopathic medicine as much. Now, of course, there's going to be outliers in the patient population, but the far majority of the people out there, if you listen to me, you will do better. I said that you have to prepare for the big drop for oil. It happened. So if you bought SCO, when I was telling you while I was doing all these videos, you would have made money. You would be making money today. You open up, if you did what I told you to do, and you open up your account and you shorted oil, you made some money. If you did what I told you to do to buy equities, when you open up your account today, you made some money. All right? So the proof's in the pudding. There's tons of videos out there that all data bank that prove what I've been saying. So please help support the work that I do by listening and getting the great products, sharing the links so I can reach more people, so I can tell them how to navigate through the crisis that we went through in 2020. I'm also telling you how to not to be a victim. Everyone's complaining about inflation. I'm giving you a solution. Make more money so you can offset your inflationary costs. Don't be stupid, right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the peppermint structural nanosilver soaps, and also you can get the structural nanosilver lemongrass. These are the two versions of the soaps that I have in stock. Get a few bars for your household. These are very high quality because they're made from structural nanosilver. They'll help to improve your skin and your pores and neutralize. That's the important part. You can't neutralize with Dove, all right? Neutrogena is a good product, but the structural nanosilver soaps are really important, especially during the cold season, but you can use them year round, all right? And another great supplement that I have that's really important to take is the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost what this will do, it's a powder. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with just milk. I mix it with hummus, but you can mix it with other soft foods too. All right, but take it every day. There's a month's supply. And what this will do is it has 68 nutrients. It has a very comprehensive compound profile shown on the screen here. All right, and this will target multiple systems. And this is the magic of slowing down the aging process. By targeting multiple systems, you're actually being able to slow down the aging process of that organ. You have a chronological age based on your birth date, but you have a biological age based on the average of all of your tissues, what the actual age is for those tissues. Your pancreas could be 60 years old. Your lungs could be 30 years old. Your heart could be 45 years old. The point here is your tissues, based on telomere length and based on epigenetic profile and the health of the mitochondria, all these things can determine the age of the tissue. And you can dial in, you can advance the age of the tissue by poor lifestyle, or you can slow down the age of the tissue. All right? And that's the whole idea, to try to prevent further methylation of your genes and to slowly reverse that methylation of those genes, which is possible in some tissues, and reduce the stress and soak up those free radicals and improve the mitochondria. So if you do that, you will slow down the aging process. We're already starting to see in our generation, Gen X, we're already seeing people that are super agers. In other words, what that means is that they're aging very slowly. I'm one of them. There's many out there, but the average person isn't. So, okay, so what you do here is you take this every day. And what is it going to do? It's going to help to improve your musculature. It's going to help with your cardiovascular health. It's going to boost up your energy levels, rev up your metabolism. You're going to be able to control your blood glucose levels and your weight. It'll improve your brain function, boost up your immune system, boost up your endocrine system. And when you're doing this, you're actually going to start having more vitality. You're going to have a steady burn of energy. You're not going to have any spikes. You start taking this within 72 hours, you're going to actually start wanting to be more active. And it doesn't like spike and then come back down. You're going to be steadily active. And what will happen is that you're just going to have more vitality and you're going to be building muscle. You're going to be more active. You're going to get better blood flow to your brain. And that's going to slow down the typical aging atrophy that people have. And people's atrophy in the brain is actually happening faster because of the crisis that we went through in 2020. So you need to slow it down. All right, so please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Boomer Boost. But if you pay attention to this show, you'll learn on how to stack this. And by stacking and applying a holistic approach, proper diet, proper exercise, proper sleep, learn new things, have some spirituality or some sort of mindfulness to bring your body into parasympathetic mode. Staying away from processed foods and sugary foods, control your blood glucose levels. All of these, when you stack with the proper nutrients, you're going to slow down the aging process. Now, people would say, well, the FDA says the recommended daily allowance of, such and such vitamin. You need to take higher than the recommended daily allowance if you want to do an anti-aging protocol. If you want to just have enough nutrients to live, that's the FDA. Totally different concepts. Totally different concepts. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You pay attention, you'll make money, and you'll get healthy. All right. Oh, make sure that you use discount 5 to save some money, right? I want you to save some money. Why? Because there's a lot of stupid people out there that are wrecking the economy, raising prices because of poor monetary policy at the Federal Reserve. But don't be a victim. If you pay attention to me, you'll benefit from the stupidity of the Federal Reserve. All right, let's listen into CNBC.
And operated by NFI, which is East Coast. But David, this drove this down by a lot of population, 50 million people, right? But what's interesting, David, this is a company that is merging with Kenya. It's run by Mike Hsu, who's terrific, that yields 5%, one of the great brand names we have in this country. And I found myself thinking, I don't know, maybe they're insured, whatever, but this might be the opportunity to go down to 30%. And I'm thinking you might even want to make it by buying Kenya. But that's year one.
No, I know, and you could.
I'm just saying, look, it was arson.
I forget
It was arson.
deal terms, but what do you do if you're Kimberly? They haven't closed the Kenvue deal yet. To your point. They got it at seemingly what was a pretty reasonable price. Remember, Kenvue itself, its stock had been so pressured by Tylenol and RFK Jr.
Yes.
I don't know. What do you tell these guys to get their stock price up? Because it's been.
There's nothing they can do. They have to close
when
the
they,
deal.
when they, I mean, it's been
All right,
nothing.
I'm gonna go back to finishing the clip on CNN. There's another 4 minutes left to it. This is, for the ones that are listening, this is talking about the U.S.-Iranian ceasefire.
Vance, because he's in Budapest supporting Viktor Orban, but he also is going to be involved in these talks, we're learning, that Pakistan has helped organize. And he, at the start of this comment, and this happened just a few minutes ago, said we have a lot of leverage, the U.S. right now. Here he is.
The president has also shown is that we still have clear military, diplomatic, and maybe most importantly, we have extraordinary economic leverage. So the president has told us not to use those tools. He's told us to come to the negotiating table. But if the Iranians don't do the exact same thing, they're going to find out that the president of the United States is not one to mess around. He's impatient. He's impatient to make progress. He has told us to negotiate in good faith. And I think if they negotiate in good faith, we will be able to find a deal. That's a big if. And ultimately, it's up to the Iranians with how they negotiate. I hope they make the right decision.
A little bit of historical amnesia there. The United States has been using its economic leverage on Iran in an effort to try to resolve a series of different issues, but mostly the nuclear issue, for 20 years now. It's done sanctions. It's done sabotage of Iran's nuclear program. It has tried to make sure that the Iranians can't operate throughout the banking systems around the world. So the Iranians know exactly what the economic leverage is, and all those sanctions were in place before the war, stayed in place during the war, and they're in place now. But I think the main thing to stay focused on here is what has changed now since the war started, since those negotiations ended in February and resolved.
He's implying a lot. You know what I mean? And I know you wrote this morning that, Iran has been able to absorb more than 10,000 strikes, right? It's proved kind of resilient in a way. You're nodding that militarily that maybe was unexpected. But is the U.S. going to talks with more leverage the way he's describing? Did this diplomacy by ultimatum work?
They are going to the talks with the leverage of having shown the Iranians what an incredible pounding can take, as Beck just described before. But they're also going without the strait being wide open, which it was on the first day of the war. Remember, the Strait of Hormuz was not the reason we went to war. It was a result of war. Okay? So you've got to resolve the strait issue just to get back to where you were on February 28th. Then you go to the president's objectives on the 28th. The first one was get all the nuclear material out of Iran. It's still there. It's exactly where it was before the war. The second was greatly degrade or eliminate their missile stocks. Well, they've degraded a lot of them through the military strikes, but obviously there's still a good deal there, and they continued to do damage until yesterday. The third one was get rid of the Navy and the Air Force. Check, that one's done. But then came the regime change part, right, where the president said to the people of Iran, wait for us to go do this, and then come out and take over your government. Well, the fact of the matter is, by negotiating with this government, with what is essentially the same regime with different people, he is, to some degree, abandoning that promise.
Okay, the market's going to be opening. The market's going to be opening up very soon here. Please go to my store and get the collagen. This will help to remodel your joints that are either arthritic or injured because of a sports injury. The earlier that you start treatment, the better, to help remodel. Now, what this will do is help to remodel the cartilage and help with the cushioning of the joint. Now, to remodel the cartilage, it's using collagen type 2 and also glucosamine. All right, it helps to recruit glucosamine to help to remodel the cartilage. It's to rebuild the cushioning of the joint. What collagen will do is help to recruit chondroitin and also ACAN. And so now you have the cushioning and the cartilage remodeling. To block the erosion of the joint, it blocks two enzymes, MMP3 and MMP13, to stop the erosion of the joint. This is the reason why it's so important to take it right away. Don't let it fester, because you don't want your cartilage to be completely eroded. So then what happens is that you want to bring down inflammation. You want to bring that chronic inflammation that also causes certain types of pain in the joint. Collagen will block that by blocking EP4. So by taking this and stacking it with the collagen, which is a powder that I have on my store, you can help to slowly remodel your joint. Again, if you have arthritis, or if you have like osteoarthritis and you have or you have some sort of sports injury, it's important to take. Now, you can take this without having those as a prophylactic to maintain joint health. All right. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. Very effective and a great way to really mitigate some of the problems that people have when they start getting older. Now, I have another great product that helps to relieve pain temporarily. It's called Super Strong Relief. This will relieve the pain, potentially even eliminate it within 90 seconds. All right, 90 seconds. You apply it on your skin where you have that pain, either arthritic, a bruise, a sprain. It even helps with tension headaches or pulled muscle. So get the Super Strong Relief, and if you can stack this, reduce the pain, and you can also use the collagen, the collagen and the collagen together to help with managing that joint and slowly rebuilding it. Now, to slowly rebuild it, you want to do light resistance training. Depending on how bad it is, you're going to need to do stretching exercises, flexing, extensions, right? Not too much, but you want to open up that joint, right? And you need to slowly rebuild, slowly, depending on how bad it is. But if you do this and go through the pain, like for example, if you have a shoulder pain, right, because of a sports injury, a lot of people have sports injuries with short shoulders. So sometimes however the pain starts, you have to open it up to the point where it's painful, all right? And then go a little bit more, maybe a few degrees more, and then hold it there for about 20 seconds, then go back down and let it rest. And then do it again, right? 20 seconds and let it rest. And you do that daily, maybe 2 reps, maybe twice a day, something like that. 20 reps, depends on how you want to look at this. For the ones that are doing this type of exercise, you want to open it up a little bit more than the actual angle where the pain is a little bit more than normal, just a little bit, right? Hold it for 20 seconds and then repeat, all right? Do that twice. All right, so you do 2 reps. But then you want to do that 2 reps twice a day. Maybe in the morning, maybe in the afternoon or in the evening. And then what will happen is you'll be able to slowly open up the joint with less and less pain until you can fully articulate the joint. Now, this could be either a flex or an extension of the joint. Some people have no pain with flexing, but they have a lot of pain with extension, or vice versa, sometimes both, all right? But the point here is that you have to slowly build it up. And by taking the collagen and the collagen, you're also having the ingredients you need, and you're blocking certain types of enzymes where your remodeling the joint will be accelerated, all right? Now, what I just told you is a great way to slow down the aging process and keep your joints healthy, because it's important to do some resistance training, do the stretching and balancing exercises. That helps with joints. But it also is activating the cerebellum. And by activating the cerebellum, you're going to be able to have balance. You're maintaining your balancing. A lot of people that are older, they have gait issues, they have balancing issues. Why? Well, because their brain is not as healthy as it used to be, and their cerebellum is out of whack, unfortunately. And if you let that fester, you're never going to get it back. But if you start early, if you maintain neural health, if you maintain joint health, you're not going to have the same problems in your geriatric years. Now you can listen to me or not listen to me. It's up to you, but I'm right. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the collagen, get the collagen powder, get the collagen, which is what I have in my hand here. And if you want to reduce the pain or eliminate some of the pain that you may have, get the super strong relief. You can stack those, and it's a great way for improving the health of your joint. All right, with that said, let's take a look at the market now. All right, the S&P 500 is trading at 6,785, a lot higher than it was yesterday. VIX is trading below 20. Euro is trading at 116.9. Oil's trading at $93.03. That just went below 93. Bitcoin is trading at 72,000. Japanese yen is trading at 158 handle. Natural gas is trading at 2.7. And Gush is trading at 36.63. DRIP is trading at 4.84. And again, because oil is going down, some of these energy companies are going to start to go down too. And this is the reason why DRIP is going up and Gush is going down. Now, sometimes Gush will go up because equities are going up. Sometimes Gush will go up because oil is going up. So that correlation does change. Depends on the news. In this case, what's happening is that what's driving Gush, what's driving the energy companies, is the actual movement of oil, the oil futures market. All right, but sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes the oil futures market is somewhat stable, and Gush is more in line with what is trading relative to the S&P 500. All right, so that correlation does break down depending on the news, what's happening. In this case, the cause of the drop in Gush is because of the drop in oil. All right, with that, what's the new positioning for the S&P 500? All right, you have a support level now at 6,600. All right. And now you have a resistance level of 7,000. All right. I have a full end of year target for the S&P 500 at 7,400 to 7,800. Now that may change based on new information, but that's where I've been saying this from the very beginning of January. I still have a year-end target of 7,400 to 7,800 for the S&P 500. It's trading at 6,700 handle. All right. So if you take my advice and you are thinking your event horizon is the year end, it may behoove you to buy some equities. If your event horizon is years down the road, you better start buying equities, because years from now, we're going to have an S&P 500 that's over 10,000. All right. I wouldn't be surprised if we hit 10,000 before Trump leaves office. But okay, but that's still way out into the future. That's a pretty bold, prediction there. But 7,400 to 7,800 is my target at this moment in time for year end for the S&P 500. Why is it kind of a little bit low? Because it's in a midterm election year, I think that there's going to be some market instability as we get closer and closer to November. That's part of the reason, right? But anything can happen, as you can know. I mean, yesterday everyone thought that Trump was going to blow up Iran, and he didn't. And markets, radically moved because of it. Now, what's my take on Trump's ceasefire? I'd be surprised if it holds, because if you take a look at the 10-point plan from the Iranians, it seems to be a non-starter. And I'm surprised that Trump said we're so close to the agreement. Now, there's a caveat to this, and that is we need to understand that there are a lot of ships that we have in the region. A lot of those ships shoot off Tomahawk missiles. The destroyers and the frigates can shoot off these Tomahawk missiles. We can also do Tomahawk missiles from submarines and from fighter jets, all right? So these Tomahawk missile bays that are in the destroyers and in the frigates, they usually have about, around 196 bays or so. Once they shoot them off, they can't be reloaded when you're in the water. They have to go to port, and they have a crane that comes in to actually load the actual Tomahawk missile back into the bay that it shoots out of. We've seen these pictures where the Tomahawk missile comes out of the bay and then goes to their target. Well, it's really heavy. And with the ship moving around because of the water, it can't be loaded without potentially blowing up the ship. Now, there are some devices where the crane is actually attached to the ship. So if the ship is moving, the crane is moving with the ship, and therefore everything is parallel and perpendicular that needs to get into the actual bay. But that is not fully, that loading of the Tomahawk missiles is not fully implemented with all the ships. Therefore, it takes the ship to go to port to be able to get the Tomahawk missiles back reloaded into the bay and then go back to the Middle East. Now, where is it that they need to go to get reloaded? Well, some of it's by the ports in Saudi Arabia or even Kuwait, but also in that island of contention with the UK in the United States. And it takes 2 weeks. It takes a week to get there. You have a 3-day load and then another week to get back. This is part of the reason why Trump needs a ceasefire for 2 weeks, because he needs to reload the bays for the fucking Tomahawk missiles that we have. So a lot of people aren't paying attention to this. A lot of people don't understand. A lot of people are stupid. But we need the 2-week time frame to actually reload our missile systems. So this is the reason why I don't think that this ceasefire is going to hold. Now, if it doesn't hold, that means that we're going to shoot something. The Israelis probably are going to blow up something. The Iranians are probably going to hit something, either a base of ours or Israel or one of the GCC countries, hit infrastructure, and oil is going to go back up. That's why I'm saying be careful in assuming that oil will continue to drift down to $75 a barrel. If the ceasefire doesn't hold, oil's going back up. So this is part of the reason why it's so hard to manage with proper risk management trading oil. And this is the reason why you need to listen to me. I'll get you through this. But the bottom line is that Trump needs the ceasefire because we have the destroyers and the frigates that need to be reloaded for the Tomahawk missiles. Now, what has been happening is 1/3 of the ships are getting reloaded, 1/3 is in transit, and another third is in theater to actually shoot missiles. That's what's been happening. A lot of people think, well, we got all these ships and they're just staying there. And we're just going to keep on shooting unlimited missiles. No, that's not how it works. We're actually having almost like a conveyor system in the ocean going back and forth to port to actually load these bays. And that's the reason why you need so many ships in the region. Because they can't stay there. After they launch 96 or 100 Tomahawk missiles, my understanding is that the max that you can hold is 96. Now, it could be 100 or whatever, but that's a moot point. The point is that once you shoot off all these missiles, it has to be reloaded, and it has to be reloaded in port. Because the crane system on the ship is being developed. It's not fully implemented for wartime use. MIT is working on actually a crane system that with the DOW, the Department of War, where that system would be actually bolted on the ship to help to load the actual Tomahawk missile. But the bottom line is, this current war, they need to go to port to reload. So, with that, oil could still go up if the ceasefire breaks. And if you look at the 10-point plan, why the hell would Trump agree to enrichment material held by the Iranians? The Iranians want to hold uranium. We can't accept those terms. What was the whole point of the war? The whole point of the war was to make sure that we get the material, and they cannot enrich. There's zero reason to have 60% uranium other than to build a bomb and to have some sort of nuclear deterrence. But the problem with the MAD strategy is that you're assuming that you're dealing with rational actors. Well, are the Iranians really rational actors when it comes to theocratic regime, where it's built into the religion that they're going to set the whole world on fire? I mean, I don't like Marxism. I don't like communists. But at least the Russians and the Soviet Union were rational actors. They didn't have built into the Communist Manifesto to set the world on fire. But Shia Islam does. So this is a non-starter. It's a non-starter for Israel. It's a non-starter for the United States. So I think what Trump is doing is that it seems like Trump's weak. But what it is he's buying time to reload the missiles. Now, who's told you this? Who's told you this? This is not on mainstream media, because mainstream media is stupid. All right. Back to Al Jazeera.
Is still carrying on in Lebanon. People there are still acutely feeling Israeli attacks. And as long as these regions and these conflicts remain interconnected, the fear is that that could once again much further impact here.
Zayn, thanks for that. That's a picture in Dubai, and Zayn Basravi reporting on the situation across the Gulf. Okay, you're watching Al Jazeera. Reminder of our top stories this hour. And US President Donald Trump says many of the 15-point peace proposals on the Iran war have already been agreed to. He says the US will work with Tehran to remove enriched uranium.
Now, thank you for ones that are joining. If you have a question, type it in the chat, and you can type in Rumble or on YouTube. I'll try to answer them. I also have a simulcast on X Spaces. You can type in the chat for X Spaces or even ask for the mic. But the question that I received here from MG was, when has Iran shown aggression towards the US? No one in this situation is rational. Well, let me dive into that question. All right. The reality of the situation is 47 years ago, they took American hostages. And because of the failed leadership of Carter, President Carter, it was a major political embarrassment, and the Iranians have been hell-bent on trying to fight the United States. Now, they forget. They have this, some sort of industrial amnesia. They forgot that, guess what? What about the Iran hostage crisis? What about the Beirut bombing in '83? What about the tanker wars that were going on during the Reagan administration? Are you saying that when someone says that Iranians weren't aggressive towards the United States, that's just false. Now, we had CIA operations trying to overthrow the Shah and all that, which was wrong. But we were also trying to protect our oil, the oil flow out of the region in the 70s. So it was a little bit complicated because we didn't have energy dominance back then in the United States. We were dependent on oil from the Middle East, and our companies went there to actually build the infrastructure, and they took them away from the American companies and the British companies. That was the reason why. What happened in Iran is the reason why the British started drilling in the North Sea. So don't forget what the Iranians did in the 70s. But we're also at fault too with the CIA operations. Now, don't forget about the Beirut bombing. What about the bombing of the coal? You forget that? What about all of the IUDs that were blowing up in Iraq and in Afghanistan? That came out of Iran. Don't forget. What about them putting bounties on Rushdie because he writes a book about how insane the Islamic religion is? He lost an eye. He almost died. So the Iranians are not really white. Now, the Iranian people, more than 50% are secular, very educated, and deserve a constitutional republic, not a theocracy. So for 47 fucking years, the Iranians have been at war with the United States. And every single service member that has died post 9/11 has been a direct cause from the Iranians. So don't pretend that the Iranians are lily white here. The theocratic regime must fall. The Ayatollah that whole Ayatollah line needs to be killed off. And the IRGC needs to capitulate. If they don't, then we're going to have a curse. And this is the reason why I said that the curse is emerging. The curse is going to start in spades on 9/11, 2026. Why? Because Rosh Hashanah coincides with the Sabbath, and the shofar cannot be blown. The ram's horn cannot silence the Satan, and there's going to be a curse on this earth that no one is going to be able to hide from. You can be a prepper that's been prepping for 30 years. God will find a way to take away what you prepped. No one will be able to hide from this. No matter how religious you are, no matter what religion you are, no matter how much money you have, no matter how much you don't have, there is an Achilles heel that will be found, and you will be cursed. Because mankind let this fester. And this is not just some sort of blowhard statement, contemporary blowhard statement. This has been written down for 2,000 years. That if you pick the wrong path, this is what's going to happen. So people would say, well, that's kind of a religious, metaphysical thing, you know. Guess what? The reason why we have the problems that we have today is due to postmodernism. We are literally seeing the slow death of postmodernism, but it's going to keep on kicking and screaming, and there's going to be a lot of carnage. But the philosophy of postmodernism and all of its relativism is what has caused the ills of this world. The theocratic regime of Iran has to die. And that's the only way. Why? Because it represents the negative soul root of Esau. Now, this sounds a little crazy. I don't really care because it's been written down. I'm not making it up. So, to answer the question, what did Iran do to the United States? The better question is, why shouldn't we kill the soul root of Esau?
Daughter and other relatives who died in that strike. And here's his story.
I got some shopping and was coming back home. I got a little delayed on my way back. Then I heard 2 strikes. And my heart.
All right, let's listen into MSNBC. Now they're spinning it that Trump's decision to take U.S. to war with Iran influenced by presentation, I guess, from Netanyahu. Yeah, always blame, Morning Joe.
I have already indications that many targets that were recommended by the Secretary of Defense were rejected by CENTCOM, that they were civilian targets. I believe that people are already saying no to the hierarchy. The CENTCOM commander is walking a very thin line where he is trying to do the best he can to implement military objectives as he understands them without getting fired.
Retired Army Major General Randy Menner telling him.
Yeah, the war with Iran must have been a war crime. See, this is the liberal media. And oh, by the way, Mika, her father, Brzezinski, he was in the top 3 in terms of national security advisors and international gurus. The top 3 are Kissinger, Brzezinski, and Mearsheimer. But her father was the national security advisor to Carter, President Carter, the one that fucked up Iran. Her father is the reason why we have a 47-year fucking war with Iran. Fucking liberal. That's going to say that going after Iran is a bad thing. What? This is the reason why the curse is coming. The whole world is going to be affected because of this liberal bullshit.
Have said no to targets in Iran recommended by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Hold that thought, General Erdling.
I have another hold that thought moment. All right. If we're not successful in Iran, guess what's going to happen? They may have nuclear breakout. Then what does the United States do? Like Newt Gingrich said last night with Cottrell. You're going to lose Boston? You're going to lose Washington, D.C.? Maybe you'll lose Seattle or maybe Los Angeles with a nuclear warhead. Is that when the liberals are going to wake up? Is that when it's imminent? And what I'm worried about is the low barrier of entry for biological warfare. You can literally kill half of the world population in a 1,000 square foot laboratory. And you can't find it. How are you going to find it? How's the CIA going to monitor This is the reason why you have to kill the enemy. Now, why are we so afraid to, channel our inner Julius Caesar and go into Gaul and chop their fucking heads off? Why? Why is it that the liberals so afraid?
Yeah, Mika, this is not a surprise to me. Anybody that's been in a room where a kinetic strike package has been put together, a time-sensitive target or a strike package, understands what goes into it. It isn't just issuing orders to hit something. You do an assessment of the target, you look at the dangers around that target, you look at the potential for collateral damage to civilians, you look at the effects on your operation and the military you're fighting against. It isn't just hit all these things and everything's going to be okay. There are commanders in the room, intelligence officers in the room, and legal advisors in the room when these strike packages are being put together. There's no doubt in my mind, and Randy Manners is exactly right, that you're going to get pushback at the Secretary of Defense level if you tell someone to strike something that hasn't been assessed. And that's what the commander, the CENTCOM commander, Admiral Cooper's job is. His job is to say, we're having effects.
Let me get this straight. You would have JAG and a bunch of other lawyers. Let's just teleport back to World War II, making the decision. Should we drop the bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima? No, sir, that's a war crime. What about bombing Dresden? No, sir, that's a war crime. This bullshit, we'd still be fighting World War II.
An overall genocidal push, which I believe was coming out of the mouth of the president when he said we were going to level Iran and destroy all the energy plants and the water plants and all those kind of things. You just don't allow that to happen if you're a commander, because you could go to jail for it.
And I think, Richard, I think it's good that we're at the point we're at today and not what was being threatened. At the same time, that genocidal push that General Hurtling just referred to, these threatening posts do have damage, do have repercussions and consequences.
The good news is to push back. In a democracy, there's checks and balances. And this is actually a good example of checks and balances of people in government, that their loyalty is to the Constitution and to law and so forth and ethics. And that you push back against orders that they think are questionable. I actually find it really reassuring. We'd be thinking about the different conversation we would be having around this and other tables this morning if things had gone ahead. Could we return to the New York Times story just for a second?
Sure.
As someone who spent a lot of hours and days in Situation Room, so many things about that are stunning. One is how quick the president, we talked about, the president says, sounds good to me. Once presidents speak up in a meeting, the conversation's over. Because then people are going to be, in most cases, particularly in this administration, reluctant to challenge them. I remember George H.W. Bush, when we were having debates about how to react to the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, specifically.
We also have to put it in the context. I highly recommend you reading biographies from presidents, especially of the modern era, going all the way back from, let's say, Lyndon Johnson to modern day, all right? Or just listen to an audiobook that has been created for that. But pay attention to their biography. And what did Bush Jr., what did Barack Obama say in their memoirs? They said that when you're in a war and you're trying to de-escalate it, it's very hard because there's this organizational momentum. In addition, there are generals that don't do what you want, even though you're the commander-in-chief. Wait a minute here. So what has happened is the deep state, using legalese, has actually cornered the optionality of a president. That is not what our Constitution is based on. So we've been taken over by the world order. You can't do that, President, because that might be a war crime. You can't do that, President, because that's going to affect the stock market. You can't do that, President. You can't do that, President. You can't do that, President. And if you don't believe me, it's written in their memoirs. Barack Obama was having a hard time de-escalating the Iraq war and the Afghan. Well, I think it was more focused on de-escalating the Iraqi war. And then Trump, he didn't write a memoir, but the thing, maybe he'll never write a memoir. But the thing is that people that have been in the room talking about this, like Pompeo and Bolton, you know, Trump wanted to get out of Afghanistan. The generals had a hard time doing what he wanted to do. So, you know, the thing here is that the point that I'm making is there's an organizational momentum that is fighting against the president on both ways. Either when you're in a war and the war machine's making a ton of money and you want to get out of it, they don't want to move. And then for some reason, because of suicidal empathy, our military brass doesn't want to get the fucking job done in Iran. We've been at war with Iran for 47 years. 47 years. You don't have to be shooting missiles to be in a war. There's using soft power mechanisms also where you're still at war. We were at war with Japan before even Pearl Harbor with the oil sanctions that we put on them during World War II. That was part of the reason why they bombed Pearl Harbor. So people need to wake up here. We're gonna give it to the legalese to determine what our human future is. Lawyers are stupid. Lawyers, based on definition, are stupid. They couldn't get into medical school. That's why they became lawyers.
He wouldn't say what he wanted. He wanted to hear what everybody else had to say. This is a president who doesn't. Second of all, think about it. The lack of expertise in the room. There wasn't one person in that room who had direct familiarity with Iran. People weren't saying, well, what about the Iran-Iraq war? What lessons are from that? Or is regime change really a serious possibility, given all these institutions that have developed over the last 47, 48 years in Iran? No one said that. The fact that they were having this meeting.
Maybe we shouldn't have let them have these institutions. Maybe we should have gotten the job done during the Tinker Wars. Maybe we should have gotten the job done under Reagan with Operation Praying Mantis. Nope. He only did half-hearted measures and then put his tail between his legs and ran away because he was afraid the Russians were going to get involved. Hello? Because of inaction from previous presidents that I like Reagan, but inaction from previous presidents led to this. If you kick the can down the road, it only costs more in terms of blood and treasure. And there's going to be more collateral damage and more economic damage. So do we just wait? Maybe we should wait another 47 years so it can cost even more. Maybe we should wait another 47 years so we don't measure the deaths in thousands. Maybe we'll be measuring the deaths in mega deaths. Because the lawyers know better.
The Israelis came in, basically played the president and said, you can be a great historical figure if you do this, and that we weren't prepared for that.
Arlene, Richard's just reference to George H.W. Bush strikes me as indicating one element of President Bush, former President Bush.
Now, this guy is, former military general or whatever. All right? He was a leader during the Iraq and Afghanistan war. Post 9/11, leader. He lost. So he's going to say on what people should do when he was failing forward. Got a lot of medals for failing forward. And part of the reason why we lost in Afghanistan and Iraq was because of Iran. No. General, we're going to just add layers and layers of legalese so the president can't get the job done. It's almost like we've been taken over by a bunch of liberal retards that have an affinity to Islam. Oh, wait a minute. Wasn't there a CIA director that was actually a Muslim?
Unlike anybody in the situation other than perhaps a few military people, President Bush had actually been to war, and that makes a difference in decision making. He had seen war up close and personal.
General?
What do you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed your question, Mike, but what I want to comment on what Richard just said, because there was one person in the room that should have had a lot of information about Iran, because they get briefed before they go over there, and that's the military advisor to both the president and the Secretary of Defense.
Let me get this straight. So the guy is making the statement that the news anchor, well, you can't go to war unless you had a president that was in war, that had combat experience. Okay, all right. What happens when you have a society or a couple generations where there's not any war, that there's just peace? Does that mean that we eventually never go to war because we never had combat experience? What about the peace dividend that was supposed to happen right after the fall of the Berlin Wall? Well, in theory, we wouldn't have gone to war. And in theory, we wouldn't have any presidents that had combat experience. And therefore, we never should go to war then? That doesn't seem too rational to me. Secondly, there is a collective wisdom, even though 80% of the United States is stupid, but there's a collective wisdom in electing our officials. There's a collective wisdom in the electoral process. Now, yeah, there's some nefarious games going on with lobbying groups and donor support and PAC money and all that. But there is some collective wisdom. And in our Constitution, in our constitutional republic, our military leader isn't a general, isn't a war veteran. It's the President of the United States, based on the collective wisdom of the electoral process. What they're espousing to is a technocracy, is specialists will tell you how to live your life. Specialists will decide. The technicians, the ones that are no better, will tell you what path to take. Not you, not your representatives, the technocrats. That's what they're saying on here. And oh, by the way, why am I bringing up technocracy? Brzezinski, the father of Mika, believed in the technocracy. Well, wait a minute here. You had a national security advisor that was believing in this whole technocracy for our government, and he's the one that set in motion the bullshit that we have with Iran.
That's General Kane. And reading the report in the New York Times was fascinating to me, because Kane did exactly what a chairman of the Joint Chiefs is supposed to do. It's to give advice and recommendations. But it seemed like everybody else in the room, as Richard said, became quiet when asked the question and when the president started speaking. And I've been in those rooms too, and it does put a pale on everyone else. But you're getting the the director of the CIA saying it's farcical, and you're getting the Secretary of State saying it's bullshit, and then you're getting the chairman of the Joint Chiefs saying an assessment of the area and also the logistics capacity of delivering weapon systems that are in short supply. And then you have the president saying, well, it's my gut telling me that we should do that. Boy, there should have been a whole lot more pushback, but you can understand the Maggie Haberman piece is giving it from a view of very limited information, probably leaked by someone in the room, and we can all guess who that is based on who.
You know, the bottom line is that we've been kicking the can down the road for 47 years, and now they have 60% enrichment of uranium. They're a hop, skip, and a jump away from a nuclear warhead. 47 years of failed policy, General, who lost in Iraq and Afghanistan. General.
The best in this reporting and saying, well, you know, it was the president's gut. It does quash all of the conversation, but I got to tell you, from the standpoint of what I read about what the chairman did, he has a lot of information because he has an entire staff in the J5 that can tell him all the cultural dynamics, and in the J3 of the Joint Staff, they can tell him the operational dynamics. And he goes over to that Oval Office meeting, and I'm sure Richard will reinforce this, with a huge book about everything regarding the area. The other thing that strikes me about that article is when the meeting was taking place and when the action occurred afterwards. We're talking weeks, not even months, between when those initial meetings were taking place and when we started shipping carrier strikes groups to the area. That tells me that it reinforces everything we've been saying for the last several weeks, is there wasn't much of.
He is thinking there wasn't planning. First of all, 5 years in the planning of this. 5 years. That goes into Biden's administration. All right? 5 years. Don't believe me? Go to Naval Institute. One of the guys that actually made the plan was interviewed. Next. New information is updated based on geopolitical dynamics. But there's a bigger play that's going on here. You knock out Venezuela, you get the oil for heavy crude to supply our refineries in Pad 3 and Pad 2. Because they're designed to have heavy crude. The United States doesn't make heavy crude at any large amounts. It's light sweet crude. There's different densities of crude. We get it from South America. We get medium density crude from the Middle East, and we get heavy crude from the oil sands from Canada. That's the reason why it's Pad 3, which is Texas and Louisiana, and the Midwest for Pad 2 to get the energy from Canada to help with our refineries. That's the reason why. So you had to go into Venezuela first to make sure our refineries didn't shut down. So we're not reliant on Middle Eastern oil. Because the moment you shut down a refinery, you can't boot it up right away. It takes months to reboot it. So, how can this dipshit say that the move into Iran was helter-skelter, just so whimsical? It was planned for months because they had to knock out Venezuela first. Now, take this one step further. By being able to control the oil or to have less supply of oil from the Middle East only strengthens the United States' position against China when they try to move into Taiwan. We either control the flow or there's no supply. And Asia has to go to Russia and the United States. So what's really happening here is a major realignment geopolitically. There are more chess pieces being moved. General, why the fuck doesn't he say this? Is he this stupid where he can't see this? Or is it that he's on a liberal media trying to demonize Trump? Even though what Trump's doing in the large geopolitical game is far better than the 47-year chess play that Brzezinski set in motion. Actually, what Trump is doing is actually unwinding what Brzezinski did.
plan. There wasn't much of a strategic objective
These
other
people-
than to support Netanyahu.
These people,
and there
I
wasn't
have
a
no
whole lot
idea.
relying
All
on
these
media.
people with all of their knowledge of history and all of their knowledge of news and all of their knowledge of military, how can they not see this? Stupid. This is part of the reason why there's going to be a curse, because we're going down the wrong path. We need leaders that actually can get the job done. You see the enemy, you cut their fucking head off. End of story. Well, sir, you can't do that because JSOC says that's a war crime. Tough shit.
Is getting them to support us. All those things will contribute to dysfunction and eventual failure.
Richard, briefly, there's an extraordinary direct quote from inside.
Let me get this straight. Trump is a blessed person, more blessed than anyone that's listening, anyone that you know in your sphere, anyone in your family. Trump is a very blessed person. Why he's blessed, I have no idea. Should he be blessed? I would say probably not. But the thing is that he is. Do you really want to go against God's blessing with Trump? Really? The DOJ tried, failed. The deep state tried, failed. The guy's intuition is something to pay attention to. Now, is he a little rough on the edges? Yeah, but he's from New York. What the fuck is wrong with that?
When President Trump is touting the presentation that Prime Minister Netanyahu has made, said, "It sounds good to me." Here's what General Kane says, quote, "Sir, this is, in my experience, standard operating procedure for the Israelis. They oversell, and their plans are not always well developed. They know they need us, and that's why they're hard selling." That's from General Kane to the president.
Yes, so two reactions to that. One is I wish the general had been more forthcoming speaking about his own doubts about the war. You know, just chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, they have a responsibility, and he fulfilled that exactly. But I've also been in the room where several chairmen have said
they're setting in motion with this video clip, and also negative news that's being published. So when people start Googling or they ask their AI who they should vote for during the midterm elections, all this negativity will start to pop up. And the AI is going to say, you should vote for a Democrat because Trump is a bad guy. Because the training set said that Trump's a bad guy. This is part of the reason why there's so much negativity that's out there, is to try to swing the vote towards the Democratic Party. Now, what does the Democratic Party represent? Well, if you want to go to the very machine language of the Democratic Party, it's the philosophy of postmodernism. Anything goes. It's all relative. It's not about God, country, and family. It's about killing babies. It's about killing 65 plus million fetuses since 1972. That's what their party represents. 65 million. Let that set in. And we're supposed to fucking care about 40,000 people that get killed during a war? Sounds hypocritical to me.
not speaking as chairman, but speaking as myself, here's what I think. And General Kane never pivoted to that. The chairman never, if you will, gave the, because it comes out in the article that he and others thought this was a terrible idea. The president never heard that. You know, what you don't say in these meetings in some ways becomes as significant as everything you do say. Secondly, yeah, one of the losers of this war is going to be the U.S.-Israeli relationship. Israel's standing in the United States was already coming under pressure from the left because of Gaza.
Yeah.
Really worries me.
He's right
I
about
would argue
this.
that the Prime Minister of Israel overplayed his hand,
Yeah.
overpushed.
I agree.
And I think one of the casualties of this is going to be the U.S.-Israeli relationship. We heard it a little bit from the chairman and his comments.
I think as time goes on, especially as they move towards the midterm election and into the general election in 2028, there is going to be a political distancing of the Republican Party with the Israeli lobbying group and a political distancing from the administration and Netanyahu. And it's very possible that it never recovers. But this is also part of this world curse that I'm talking about here. The world curse starts September 11th, 2026. It opens up a gate, and everyone's going to get cursed at different levels. You may have a blessing at first and then a curse later, or you may have the curse first and the blessing later. But everyone's going to get cursed. You can't hide because the world is out of control. I personally think part of the reason why this is happening is that the religious scholars in Israel did not do the ritual slaughtering of the red heifer called the paraduma. That's part of the reason why this is happening. And it's getting to the point where it's getting too late because now the animals are increasing the probability of not being pure enough for the ritual slaughter. But that's only one piece of this. Look at how people acted after October 7th. Do you think the world is a better place since October 7th? And all of the infighting within Israel, within the United States, amongst different countries in the world? Mankind is going to get a curse it's going to get Godsmacked because it needs to be rebooted. And so be it, because we all failed. All of us failed. The Jews failed, the Christians failed, the Muslims failed, the Buddhists failed, the Hindus failed, the atheists failed, we all failed. So when this curse starts, there's going to be pain, and there's going to be an emergent property where there's going to be different things that happen, like hunger and thirst. There's going to be a lack of water. There's going to be a lack of food. There's going to be problems in the economy. People's jobs will be at risk. There's going to be a lot of turmoil. There's going to be death and destruction because of wars. You really think that the Iranian war is all done? I don't think so. Now, when does it flare up again? Maybe it doesn't flare up until October. Esau's soul root is strong in October. Esau's strength relative to Jacob's soul root increases in August. August, September, October. October it peaks. November, December, January. So Jacob doesn't get strength again until February. Trump's perfect move is April because why? February, March, April. The peak of the strength for Jacob is now. Actually, it's during Passover. That's the absolute peak. And guess what? Trump stood down during Passover. So you think that there's going to be a blessing on the earth because of what just happened? No, there's going to be a curse. And it's going to ramp up in October or September. So the gate opens up on September 11th, 2026, and it's not going to close this issuing of the curse onto the world is not going to close until the first week of October of 2027. Now think about what's happening right now. Everything that's going on. Midterm elections. It's very possible that the Republican Party ends up losing the House, maybe even the Senate. Now let's play some little simulation game here. What if the Republican Party loses? What if there's impeachment of Trump, which the mainstream media is setting up for? Still think that the world's going to be safe? Something bad is coming. Something bad is coming. And you don't have to be 90% enrichment. They could take that 60% enrichment and make a lower yield bomb, not a high yield bomb, that could devastate a city with radioactive spread. So it's a low yield, but there's some radioactivity. Let's say you live in that region. Let's say you're in the suburbs of that city. You think your home value is going to be worth anything after that happens? Not for the next 10,000 years. That's what we're playing with here.
Comes and pushes something, people are going to say, what about it? Is this in your interest? Is this in our interest? I just worry that the repercussions of this over time, this is potentially a somewhat damaged relationship over the medium and long term.
Yeah, many aftershocks, that'll be one. I suspect it's going to be a busy morning on Truth Social. President Trump has just posted about the situation in Iran and this deal. He said that we're closely with Iran, which, quote, we have determined has already gone through what will be a very productive regime change. That's an open question there, as there's a belief that even more hardliners are empowered. He does say, and this is something we talked about earlier, he says there will be no enrichment of uranium. The United States will, working with Iran, dig up and remove what he calls nuclear dust. Now that's different. That's the Iran proposal suggests there could still be uranium. The U.S. is insisting no. So
all right, so Trump's saying no for the uranium. Iranians are saying, we haven't made that agreement yet. So do we really think that this is going to be a true ceasefire? And even if we dug out the uranium and took it, and they don't have ability to make it anymore, how are you going to prevent a 1,000 square foot facility creating a bioweapon? How are you going to stop that? How are you going to even know that it's happening? Oh, the CIA is going to know, right? No. The barrier of entry is so low. And the Iranians are smart and educated. Now, there are a lot of crazy ones, but you have half the population that is highly educated. Some of the best engineers I have ever seen in my career have been Iranians, not Americans.
This is something that's been agreed to, or just Trump imposing or claiming, that's what we don't know. This is going to be sort of the heart of what we see coming up this week as negotiations begin in Pakistan. And he also notes that we are and will be talking tariff and sanctions relief with Iran. So that's a victory for Tehran. And he claims that many of the 15 points have already been agreed to. But so he's touching on what will be one of the thorniest issues in these upcoming talks. We don't know, though, if this is him wishing it or whether Tehran has signaled that they might be on.
But Iran's not going to agree to completely get rid of their uranium enrichment, are they?
Highly unlikely. I can imagine what's the disposition of the uranium that's been enriched up to now, the 60%, the stockpile, whatever it is, in the rubble near Isfahan. What happens to that physically? Does that either get shipped out of the country, or is the intensity of the uranium enrichment reduced? Something that could happen. But this was the sticking point in the negotiations before the war. This is when we demanded zero enrichment. The Iranians said no. In their 10-point plan, they again asked for the right to enrich. So the question is, would we accept a certain degree of enrichment at a low level with intrusive inspection? I would think this is going to be something that's going to be central to negotiations. Giving up their right to enrich highly, if that's our requirement, I think it's a long shot.
What do you think happens in 2 weeks?
All these experts aren't seeing the elephant in the room. They're not seeing it. It's bioweapons. It's not nuclear. Stupid asses. Stupid asses.
Netanyahu and the United States government.
Look, Netanyahu needs to portray the relationship as excellent. He's facing an election this year. And he basically has the endorsement of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is very popular in Israel, as was before this war. So my guess is the Israelis are going to try to make it look like there's no daylight whatsoever. I think there's going to be some questioning at this end. I think it's going to be a more problematic relationship here than it will be in Israel.
And the Trump repeatedly saying there's been regime change in Iran does not make it true. Of course, the theocracy there is still in place. General,
yeah, that's the problem. People aren't paying attention. once again, you can only, scream at the screens for so long, and then you just, you capitulate and you just say hell with it all. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol. What Myotrol will do is help to build muscle and maintain muscle. If you're 40 years of age or older, you have atrophy because you can't produce muscle as well as when you were younger, male or female. So it's really important to take the Myotrol to help with the gene expression. It has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help with that gene expression to build muscle. Do some resistance training, and you'll be able to build and maintain the muscle. Myotrol will also help the health of your mitochondria, so you have the energy to maintain the muscle. So your energy levels will improve. If you're an athlete, younger or older, you'll benefit from Myotrol to build muscle for your sport. And by building muscle, you're producing myokines that will help for brain function. A lot of people don't understand this. But you build muscle, you're actually improving your brain. 2 reasons. You're getting better blood flow to your brain, but the myokines that are produced by building muscle are neuroprotective. This is the reason why that people have good muscle mass in their geriatric years actually have less dementia. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get Myotrol. All right. Let's listen into Fox here.
Welcome back. The U.S. and Iran agreeing to a 2-week ceasefire hours before President Trump's deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face destruction. Fox News can confirm that there is movement right now this morning in the critical waterway of the Strait. President Trump writes on Truth Social saying, quote, a big day for world peace. Iran wants to make it happen. The U.S. will be helping with the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, in the hours leading up to this deal, Iranian leadership instructed civilians and children to form human chains around power plants and bridges in the region, areas that the president threatened to destroy. So they had their citizens line up alongside the bridges. The Kuwaiti ministry urged citizens to stay inside and avoid going out until today. Now the country says it's been dealing with an intense wave of Iranian attacks for several hours. Joining me now is New York Congressman Mike Lawler, a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Congressman, thanks so much for being here this morning. The president posted this on Truth Social moments ago. The United States will work closely with Iran, which we have determined has gone through what will be a very productive regime change. There will be no enrichment of uranium, and the United States will, working with Iran, dig up and remove all of the deeply buried B-2 bombers. Nuclear dust it is now, and has been under very exacting satellite surveillance. Space Force, he writes in parentheses. Nothing has been touched from the date of attack. We are and will be talking tariff and sanctions relief with Iran. Many of the 15 points have already been agreed to. Wow. The president just posted that on Truth Social, Congressman. Your assessment of where we are today with regard to this Iranian conflict.
Now, there's an individual that has a podcast that I believe it's called the Israeli-Palestinian Report or the Palestinian-Israeli Report, something like that. He gets interviewed quite often on Fox Live Now, all right? And his assessment is that when you compare the 12 or 15-point plan from the U.S., I think it's the 15-point plan, and the 10-point plan, they don't even come close. And he did this analysis last night. I'm not going to do that tonight unless there's a clip out there that I can find. But the point here is that experts that actually looked at the plan and compared them, it's night and day. So what Trump's saying is that we're so close to reaching a deal here doesn't seem to be true, because many of the points that are taking place on the 10-point plan are non-starters for the United States. Now, it's not just me saying this, it's individuals that are experts at these negotiations looking at the 15-point plan and the 10-point plan. They don't link up.
Well, Maria, after a 5-week incursion in Iran, in which we have eliminated much of their leadership, the Ayatollah, the clerics, the IRGC, we have severely destroyed their ballistic missiles capability and decimated their naval fleet, and basically have air superiority for the better part of 3+ weeks. And I think ultimately the Iranian regime, the remnants of it, understand for once that they need to actually negotiate. And I think the president, of course, as he's prone to do, used extreme rhetoric that, certainly forced a capitulation by the regime. And again, I think there is optimism here, but it is something that obviously we are cautious about. As the old adage goes, trust but verify. I think the fact that a 2-week ceasefire was negotiated, that there will be continuing negotiations on these remaining points, including the removal of the enriched uranium.
Now, for the ones that are just tuning in, my take on this is that there's not going to be an agreement for a permanent ceasefire, permanent de-escalation. This is an opportunity for the U.S. Navy to reload their Tomahawks, because the Tomahawks cannot be reloaded in the bays, in the destroyers, and in the frigates when they're at sea. They have to be in port. So that means they gotta travel 1 week to a port, get reloaded in 3 days, and then travel back in 1 week. That seems a lot like 2 weeks to me. And a frigate and a destroyer, they can only hold approximately 96, 100, maybe 110 Tomahawks? Well, the last I looked, they've hit over 13,000 targets. Now, not all of them are from the Navy. A lot of them are from the Air Force, because the Tomahawks can be shot from the air, not just from the Navy. But the point here is this. We have a lot of ships in the region because they have to go back and forth. You have 1/3 that's traveling, you have another third that's being reloaded, and then you have another third in theater that is actually shooting.
It's vital. And for my Democratic colleagues who have all but been rooting for failure here, I think they need to wake up to the fact that after 47 years of a terrorist regime that has sought to ensure death to America, that it is time for all of us to unify behind the objective here, which is to ensure that Iran never possesses a nuclear weapon, that their reign of terror and funding of terror proxies in the region.
I appreciate individuals that are giving feedback during the show, so please continue this. Someone on Xspaces typed in, killing is bad, bro. Really? Well, in a perfect world, yeah, but we don't live in a perfect world. So that statement, killing is bad, bro, are you going to say that to George Washington during the Revolution? You going to say that at Gettysburg during Pickett's charge? I mean, sometimes you have to kill.
Comes to an end, and that the threats they pose to their neighbors and our allies and assets, our military assets in the region, be eliminated. That is something every member of Congress should embrace. And sadly, some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle fail to recognize what has happened over these 5 weeks, because they've allowed their hatred of Donald Trump to reign supreme.
Yeah, well, I wonder what you think is the best way to trust but verify. How will the United States ensure that, for example, the Iranians are not continuing to support
Well,
terrorist proxies like Hezbollah?
I mean, one of the things that has allowed them to finance that is the illicit oil trade between China and Iran. China is the biggest purchaser of Iranian petroleum. 90% of Iran's oil sales go to China. And so that is going to be a big component of these negotiations.
So isn't it important that we be able to control the energy supply to China just in case they invade Taiwan? And oh, by the way, they already telegraphed that they're going to invade Taiwan this decade. So do you think our military is prepared for that right now? Not so much. So it behooves us to be able to either control the flow or wreak havoc and destroy infrastructure, so the Chinese have to go to the Russians or the United States for the oil. And it would be a lot easier, and this is the reason why Greenland is so important, that when they're using the Northern Passage to ship oil to China or LNG, that the United States can stop that. Now, there are pipelines that are moving from Russia into China, but we could blow those up too.
Sanctions relief will certainly be tied to ending their financing of terrorism. Otherwise, you cannot provide sanctions relief. And so this is going to be part and parcel working with our allies and, frankly, some of our adversaries to ensure strict enforcement of any negotiation.
Now, in the middle of all of this, your colleagues on the left were attacking President Trump yesterday. The president has his own negotiating style, obviously a deal maker, and has ended multiple wars and was trying to tame a would-be nuclear terrorist. And yet you had people, your colleagues in Congress, who were talking about taking down any efforts of the president to clip his wings. What is your assessment of what we heard yesterday in Congress from elected officials as the president was trying to take down a would-be nuclear terrorist?
It's quite shocking, frankly. I mean, you had over 60 Democrats calling for him to be removed under the 25th Amendment at the height of these negotiations. You have Democrats calling for the United States to no longer fund Iron Dome at the very moment Israel is continuing to be barraged by missiles from Iran. They've lost all perspective and reality. And when it comes to foreign policy, the fact is the old way of doing it, the conventional way of doing it, where the State Department signs off on everything, ain't working. It didn't work for 47 years. And the fact is you had a terrorist regime that was hell-bent on obtaining a nuclear weapon. You know, everybody talks about what has happened in the Strait of Hormuz and the fact that they, basically put a blockade in place. But this is the whole point. You're not dealing with rational actors. And so imagine if they had a nuclear weapon and they were able to use the threat of using that to exact concessions or exact certain.
All right, breaking news here. Breaking news. Oil ship passage via Hormuz halted after Lebanon strikes. See? Hasn't even been 24 hours, and they're already clogging up the strait. Now, what is happening is oil is now ticking up. It's now above $95 a barrel, and Gush is now moving up. It's now trading at $38.21. It was trading as low as $35.86. And right now, UCO is trading at 37.81. It was trading as low as 35.94. All right? The curse is emerging. I'm telling you, the curse is emerging. Now, to me, it's obvious. Now, maybe, You know, other people aren't smart enough to see it. But it's happening, and it's not going to stop. It's going to continue on getting worse and worse and worse. It's like almost like a false hope. Now let's step back for a second and go, is there an analog that we can look at in the Old Testament that's similar? What was the false hope with the Exodus from Egypt in terms of the Pharaoh? There was a plague, and Pharaoh saw his Nile turn into blood. And he was like, well, that'll go away. And then there were further plagues that happened, like frogs, coming out of the river, the Nile, and creating havoc. And then he thought, well, maybe that will go away, because these plagues happened over a year period. Okay, so maybe the blood in the river lasted for weeks. I don't know. I'm sure that if I dive into details, there's hints of probably how long it lasted. But the point is that the plagues lasted for a year, not 10 years. But the point is that throughout the year, there was like false hope. All right, things got better. He was given an opportunity, let my people go. And guess what? He said no, and there was another plague. That's the analog here. We're given a false hope. We think that things are going to get better, but we don't change our way as man in the amalgamation of mankind. We don't change our way. We think that things are going to get better, but we don't need to repent. We don't need to change our ways and how we conduct our lives, how we relate to each other with interfaith or even interpolitics or international. So we get this false hope. And then another emergent curse happens, another plague. Look at what happened during 2020. You think mankind's better off now? Physiologically, emotionally, spiritually, economically? The answer is no. So there's going to be other false hopes. And then we go back into our normal way of doing things. We don't change. And it continues to get worse and worse and worse. And literally, we're seeing it playing out in the news in real time.
Trump made a difficult but necessary decision at a time when they were mass producing ballistic missiles to end this reign of terror, eliminate the Ayatollah and the regime. And so now you are dealing with the remnants of this, and we will see what comes out of these 2-week negotiations.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, your colleagues won't even open the Department of Homeland Security.
No
even
matter how many Harvard graduates out of the Kennedy School, no matter how many lawyers are involved, no matter how many generals are involved, it boils down to a very simple thing. Esau must die. And this battle between Esau and Jacob is going to continue on and on and on and on, and more people are going to get killed, and more havoc is going to happen. But Esau must die.
Okay, the DHS shutdown is now stretching into day 54, longest in history, obviously. The House Freedom Caucus rejected a partial funding plan backed by the president. Instead, they want the entire department funded through a single GOP reconciliation bill. Now, what are your thoughts on this? This is in opposition to a two-step approach some of your colleagues have talked about, splitting general funding and immigration enforcement. they say dividing the funding could lead to immigration enforcement, leaving them short if a second bill fails, Congressman. What are your expectations for this reconciliation 2.0 or 3.0 coming up? And do you expect that it will be on the president's desk by June 1st?
Maria, think about this insanity. Since October 1st, the Democrats have shut down the Department of Homeland Security for 97 days. 97 days. We are approaching the 25th anniversary of 9/11. You have hostilities in the Middle East. You've had 4 attempted terrorist attacks or terrorist attacks in the United States since the incursion in Iran began. And Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have shut this department down because they don't want to enforce our immigration laws. What happened in Minneapolis was tragic. It didn't need to happen. But when you have sanctuary jurisdictions that refuse to cooperate on immigration enforcement with federal officials, and you allow the protesters to engage directly and interfere with ICE, unfortunately, tragedy occurs. And I will tell you, one of the biggest problems I see with what the Democrats are doing here is the fact that they are trying to defund and abolish ICE. You look at the situation in Chicago, an 18-year-old girl, a constituent of mine, Sheridan.
And think about it. When you try to defund these types of departments, you're making the country weaker. If you can't control your currency and you can't control your border, you don't have a country. And what will happen is that there will be an erosion of Western values. This is a country, the United States is a country of Western values, a country of the Enlightenment, even though 80% of the people are stupid. Thank God there's 20% that actually move the society forward. But it is a country of the Enlightenment. We're going to lose it because you have crazy liberals thinking that anything goes with postmodernism and that it's okay to have an erosion of family, have an erosion of country, have an erosion of faith. This is the reason why the curse is happening. Think about it. All great societies, once it becomes too liberal, once it becomes too comfortable, what happens? They fall. Every single one of those civilizations.
By an illegal immigrant. She was out going to see the Northern Lights with her friends at college, and she was brutally assassinated by an illegal immigrant who committed a crime in this country, was arrested in Chicago, and then released back out onto the street after coming through Joe Biden's porous southern border, where he was detained and released. This needs to end. So if Democrats want to negotiate on reforms to ICE, then they also need to agree that sanctuary jurisdictions need to end. We need to fund the Department of Homeland Security, and it needs to happen immediately.
I know. Well, we'll see about that, Congressman. Thanks so much for all of your efforts always. Thank you, sir. Mike Lawler joining us. And
please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. You can get it in MCT coconut oil, extra virgin olive oil, or avocado oil. C60 is a very potent antioxidant. It's 1,000 times stronger than vitamin C. It has to be suspended in an oil for proper absorption. Preferably, take it on an empty stomach. Take a teaspoon a day every day. And what it will do is to soak up free radicals, bring down the stress in the cells and in the tissues, and bring down inflammation. It's going to help to boost up your immune system and your endocrine system, help to reduce plaque formation, protect your neurons. Why? Because it's reducing stress in the neuron, producing more ATP in the neuron. You have healthier mitochondria, you'll have more neurotransmitters, and over time, you will have positive neuroplasticity, so you will think faster and have better memory. This will also help with your basal layer for your skin, so your skin is healthier. Take this, a teaspoon a day, every day. I've been taking C60 teaspoon a day, every day, since 2016. It works. It stacks really well with a lot of the supplements I have, like Boomer Boost, turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans, Max 35, the probiotics and the multivitamin. That's a great stack right there to help you get into the anti-aging momentum that you need. So please go to my store and get the C60. C60 will also help with you to recover after a workout, because you're soaking up the free radicals that you're generating when you're working out. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can get it a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It is cheaper per ounce to get the higher ounce configuration. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Also, I have structural nano silver drops and lozenges. We're in the allergy season. It behooves you to get these. Why? Because they'll help to neutralize and create the mucosal barrier to help the health of your epithelial cells. You can get the drops in honey and lemon, in blueberry, and also in cherry flavor. And you can get the lozenges in manuka honey and orange splash vitamin C. Stock up these lozenges and drops for your household or for your work. You never know when you need them. Once you have that throat irritation, once you're starting to have those, those symptoms of an allergy kicking in, guess what? Take them right away. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. These are the best lozenges and drops that you can get. Why? Because it has structural nanosilver. And all those other drops out there that don't have the structural nanosilver, you're not neutralizing. Super important. But, if you don't want to take my advice, don't be surprised something bad happens to you. All right. This is Fox News talking about first ships.
Better buckle up. Things are moving fast at Legoland New York this year. Like the brand new Lego Ferrari Build-It Race.
And we now go to Trey Yang standing by in Tel Aviv. Hi, Trey.
Dana, good morning. Reports indicate that at least 2 vessels have passed through the Strait of Hormuz today. The first ships to make this journey since the ceasefire went into an effect. Now, this really was an 11-hour agreement down to the wire and announced by President Trump on Truth Social shortly after the Iranians released a statement. And then in the hours later, we're launching ballistic missiles at Israel. Here's what it looked like in Tel Aviv overnight.
What you just saw there was an Iranian ballistic missile with a cluster warhead, those bomblets raining down on Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv. This came after the ceasefire was announced by President Trump and an indication that it will take time to get this agreement in place.
Since the overnight hours, fire has stopped toward Israel, but the Iranians are still targeting Gulf countries with drones and missiles. Kuwait says both ballistic missiles and drones targeted facilities there. The UAE, similar reports. As this is taking place, we're also following reports out of an Iranian island called Lavan, where an oil refinery was targeted early this morning with airstrikes. New images here from the Iranian capital of Tehran show protesters, pro-regime demonstrators in the streets of the city early this morning, calling for the destruction of the United States. They chant death to America and death to Israel, some holding photos of Iran's former supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, and others burning American flags. I do want to shift your attention to Lebanon, where today the Israeli military, after the ceasefire went into effect, launched dozens of airstrikes, more than 100 according to the IDF, targeting not just the southern part of Beirut, but a variety of targets across the country. Lebanese health officials say hundreds were wounded in those strikes that took place. Now, Bill and Dana, as all of this is happening, the region is waiting to see if this ceasefire will hold. And they look at the post from President Trump on Truth Social about Iran's uranium enrichment. Israeli officials say to them that is the most important item on the agenda for negotiations. Guys?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to pivot to this breaking news with now the Strait is being halted for shipments going through because of this Lebanon strike. Now let's go to Al Jazeera to get their take on this.
Calls for doctors to come and help out in the hospitals that are overflowing with patients, people injured in these strikes in very densely populated neighborhoods in Beirut, as well as places here in Tyre, the locations that were targeted. Still civilians living here, only about 20,000 people still here, but those are still civilians living in their homes, women and children. I spoke to a few people within the last couple of hours, and they are extremely concerned. They're concerned about some relatives that are still living in neighborhoods here in Tyre and in other parts of the country, trying to figure out how to move them out of harm's way and possibly bring them to a safer location. But what people are realizing is that there really isn't any place that's actually safe here in Lebanon right now, especially as Israel says it's going to target any place that they deem to pose a threat to Israel's national security and its citizens in the north of the country.
It's a very dangerous situation. They're very hit it there in Tyre in southern Lebanon. Thank you. Let's cross to Nowadays following developments in Israel from near Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So, North Israel, it seems determined to continue on the Lebanese front. Tell us about that and how it ties in to the ceasefire between Iran and the United States.
Well, it ties in because it could do one of two things for the embattled Israeli prime minister. It could, at the very least, disconnect Lebanon, the Lebanon front from the negotiations between Iran and the United States. Israel doesn't want to seem like it is receiving orders, like it does not have any say, especially when it comes to the Lebanese front. So it wants to disconnect those two fronts, even though when Israel started launching attacks on Lebanon and Hezbollah at the beginning of this war, it treated Lebanon as part of its war front against Iran. The other thing that it could do, which could also serve the Israeli prime minister, is sabotage the deal between Tehran and Washington, a deal that is costing the Israeli prime minister a lot of political support. In fact, not even his usual supporters have come out to cheer a supposed victory achieved through this deal. The head of the Israeli opposition has called it a colossal, catastrophic, historical, strategic defeat for Israel, and not just because this war would end and it would maintain Iran as a player in the region from an Israeli perspective, but because Israel was not on the table. Israel did not want this deal. It certainly did not want to tie all of these things together, and it didn't want to see its voice muted. The approach of Israel to all ceasefires, let's just remember, is that when a ceasefire is imposed, Israel retains the right to target the country or the group with which it reached a ceasefire. We see that in Gaza. We saw that with Hezbollah after the 2024 war, and Israel was trying to get to that same formula even with Iran. None of that has happened, and now Netanyahu is trying to fend for himself. His defense minister promising even more attacks. But looking at the map of where those attacks have taken place in terms of the sectarian divide and the sectarian composition of Lebanon, one begins to tie that with discussions in Israel about needing to fan the flames of pressures and strife inside Lebanon, because perhaps that could present Israel with a plan B so that the Lebanese would deal with Hezbollah and not having more soldiers lost in the battles, which are quite fierce in southern Lebanon.
And I'll just give us a little more context of the Benjamin Netanyahu's position as prime minister, and the precarious nature of that and how that implicates how things might pan out.
Well, Benjamin Netanyahu is the longest-serving Israeli prime minister. Now, his coalition is the most right-wing in Israel's history. At the moment, or right before the ceasefire agreement or the truce agreement between Washington and Tehran was reached, the only real opposition that he faced or challenge to his continued reign in Israel was from the right in Israel. This agreement really exposed him politically. Elections are in October. The fact that he has to defend himself against his own words. He promised, let's remember, the Israeli public, that Iran would collapse, that Iran was at the bottom, Israel was on top, Israel was fighting a historic first, a war with the United States. It was becoming a super nation, not just in the region, but throughout the world. Israel had defeated Hezbollah in 2024. All of those things haven't really panned out. And right now, all of Benjamin Netanyahu's detractors and opponents politically have their knives out. They know that this is an opportune moment to take as many jabs at him as possible because October is not too far away, and it is very difficult to see a way for Netanyahu to save himself from what has happened here, from finding out the limitations of geography and even military power, save for succeeding in sabotaging the truce and the agreement and the diplomacy.
Didn't I say October is the peak of Esau's strength relative to Jacob? October is after 9/11. This year, a curse is coming. You're seeing it playing out in real time. And I've been warning people for 2 years, that this was coming.
From Washington.
No, thanks for that. Nora Day there in Ramallah. Thank you. Well, the events in Lebanon followed the calling of a ceasefire between Iran and the United States. We've been discussing in his latest posting, US President Donald Trump says that many of the 15-point peace proposals on the war with Iran have already been agreed to. Well, the US will work closely with Iran, which we have determined has gone through what will be a
all right, we're gonna play I think let's see what happens with Fox Live.
We are going to check in with Mark Chandler at Coastal Carolina University in just a second. But first, I do want to head out live over to Dubai in the UAE. That is where we're joined by Matt Finn over at Fox News. And Matt, we were talking about those potential attacks there over in the UAE. Can you explain to me what the situation on the ground has been like over the past several hours?
All right, before we get his answer, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the magnesium and zinc. Magnesium and zinc is going to help with brain function and your immune system. Vitamin C magnesium helps with brain function, your immune system, and your skin. You can stack these together. A lot of people don't realize you're not taking enough magnesium. You need magnesium for vitamin D3 to work effectively, and you need magnesium for brain function to help protect your neurons. Super important. You're going to know a lot of people that are going to get early onset of dementia for many reasons. Our environment has a lot of microplastics and nanoplastics that are increasing dementia. There's the aftershock of 2020. A lot of people are, because of the inflammation and the amyloidosis, a lot of people are going to have early onset of dementia. Pay attention. If you don't, you're going to have problems. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the magnesium and zinc and the vitamin C and magnesium. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure you use discount 5 and you get $5 off.
Well, the president's announcements acknowledged a potential ceasefire between the United States and Iran, and also, seeking peace here in the Middle East. But today, there is not peace. In fact, the country I'm in, the UAE, says it continues to take incoming fire from Iran, ballistic missiles and drones. Kuwait reports the same. And the IRGC, the regime, is taking credit for allegedly attacking Israel and Saudi Arabia overnight. So it seems like the American peace deal may include an agreement that the United States and Iran will stop attacking each other. But so far, there's no indication that Iran is going to stop launching missiles and drones at countries here in the Gulf. So one of the big questions is, when this final...
So do you really think that there's going to be world peace? Or do you think that there's something bad coming right after 9/11?
Agreement is reached, whether it's put in writing or it's verbally agreed upon between the United States and Iran, will that include these Gulf countries, that have been taking incoming fire? and perhaps Israel. Because, even after the president's announcements last night, Israel came out and said, we appreciate the ceasefire deal, but that does not include us and Lebanon. So there's another branch of this that has not been resolved, and it's certainly not a peace deal. So there is incoming fire coming from Iran here in the country or in UAE. Over the past couple of days or the past couple of weeks, we've heard very thunderous, loud explosions in the sky, not far from where I'm standing. Sometimes it seems like it perhaps was an incoming missile. Sometimes it seems like it maybe was something a little bit lighter. And we're still getting the alerts on our phone from the government here to take shelter occasionally. So there is not peace here in the Middle East. There's not peace here in the Gulf. But the president is saying, and the White House is saying, that it seems like there's workable terms and that there will be a final deal soon, perhaps once the peace talks continue in Pakistan. So things are not cemented right now. The one perhaps tangible thing or thing that may be provable in the next 12 to 24 hours is whether the United States definitively stops attacking Iran and whether Iran begins to move towards a peace deal, whether they start to wiggle and negotiate. One thing that stands out to me is a lot of this has to do with preventing Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. And Iran has proposed a 10-point peace plan. And a part of that is that the United States must accept that it's going to continue enriching uranium, which means continue potentially building a nuclear weapon. So the president, just a short while ago on Truth, posted that Iran will not be enriching uranium. So that is one key issue so far that we do not have a clear understanding of.
And Matt, I wanted to ask you about something else that is kind of pertinent here as we're talking about the UAE and Dubai specifically. We know that the Dubai airport is one of, if not the busiest there, all across the world. So what's it like there on the ground? Are you still seeing the kind of, travel there, or does it seem like people are maybe avoiding this as all of this is going on?
Yeah, so my understanding is, basically anybody who wanted to evacuate or leave this country most likely has, especially Americans. In the 2.5 weeks I've been here, I don't think I've run into or talked to an American. Not that they're not around me, but I just haven't interacted with any. So it seems like anybody who wanted to leave here in midst of all the unrest and danger has. So now it looks like the remnants are people who live here permanently, maybe have citizenship and are not going anywhere. Also a lot of foreign workers, whether it's in the hotels we're in the shopping centers, in the restaurants. A lot of, Dubai is known for a lot of foreign workers. Many of them are still here because you may be able to tell behind me, a lot of the businesses are still operating. But, you go into certain restaurants, they're completely dead. You go into certain coffee shops, completely dead. And a lot of people are saying that these are not normal times. It's much, much slower than usual. But in general, things are still moving along here. The famous Dubai Mall, not too far, or really behind me, is still operating. And at times, especially on the weekend, gets very busy. In fact, women and children are outside by the water fountains and stuff. So they're not necessarily, constantly taking shelter. So it seems like people who want to carry on a regular life are doing so here. And those who wanted to leave or those who, want to consistently take shelter are. But in general, too, is a lot of people will start to become immune to the incoming fire and the conditions. We get the alerts on our cell phones multiple times a day about taking shelter. Sometimes we hear very thunderous, ominous explosions in the sky, and people still carry on. So it's an interesting dynamic here where this country was essentially at war, taking incoming fire from Iran, but a lot of people are still carrying on with their daily life.
All right, Matt Finn over at Fox News, joining us live from Dubai in the UAE. As always, Matt, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and be safe out there.
Thank you, Josh.
And right now, I do want to bring in Mark Chandler, of course, a very close friend of the show here. He is with Coastal Carolina University and a former senior defense intelligence official. Mark, let me start by asking you about some of the comments that have been made by President Trump a bit earlier on today, and really over the last, I would say, 24 hours or so. What has stood out to you over the last several hours as to what President Trump has had to say there on Truth Social?
Well, I think what the president's trying to do is tout that we're making progress with this deal, that he is, I would essentially say, marketing the U.S. position a little bit right now. And I think he does need to market this. He needs to sell this deal out there to make it look like it's beneficial to the United States and that it's working forward to that. So he needs to focus on that. He needs to say that we're going to move forward on this. As I said, marketing is needed for this deal the way I see it, the way it's laid out right now on this. So I think he's going to push that position. I do want to say this. I think the president, and I've said this before, genuinely wants to solve things diplomatically, but has used the military when he needs to do so. So he's trying that diplomatic approach. I don't know if we're getting the right deal, but he's trying that diplomatic approach and pushing forward with that, trying to show strength in his position, but sell this deal, I guess, to the public, to the general public out there, and kind of the global public who's been watching this closely, especially with some of his comments in the last 48 hours.
And what I want to do is pop up this post. We showed it a short time ago, but it's coming in from Phil Stewart, who is over with Reuters. And you can see it says, senior Iranian official to Reuters, Iran could open Hormuz on Thursday or Friday ahead of meeting with U.S. and Pakistan if a ceasefire framework reached. Senior Iranian official to Reuters, reopening would be limited and in coordination with Iranian military still required for all vessels. What do you make of that? Because, again, they're not only saying that they would reopen it in a limited capacity, but also that essentially they would still be controlling it.
Well, I think that's a key element right here, Josh. When you look at how this is progressing, there have been a few vessels to pass through today, but there have also been a few vessels passing through in the last few days. So I don't think we're going to see an uptick in shipping traffic going through the Strait of Hormuz, either exiting or entering. I think you'll see as many ships get out as possible. You're not going to see near the level of traffic of 100 ships a day going through. A couple of reasons. One, Iran still controls. So what's the security environment for those shipping companies putting their valuable vessels through that Strait of Hormuz? They're going to want some assurances. Because if you lose $1 billion ship or you lose its multi-million-dollar cargo, that's a lot. And so now you still have insurance concerns that you have to calculate in there. What is the true safety guarantee? And the key element here that you're seeing is Iran is exercising its complete control over the Strait of Hormuz. And that's kind of lost in the hoorah, if you will, of let's celebrate this potential agreement. Iran remains in charge of the Strait of Hormuz. And that's kind of a strategic benefit for Iran, if you will, at this time.
Something else that's interesting that a lot of people are discussing right now is the image that we're looking at that's over in Beirut, Lebanon, where just hours ago we saw a lot of smoke rising as the Israel Defense Forces said this does not include the ceasefire, Lebanon, Beirut, and Hezbollah. So can you kind of break that down for folks out there? Because that is something that hadn't really been distinguished against, but now you're looking at it and you're seeing those attacks on Hezbollah still continue despite that fragile ceasefire.
Well, a couple of things on this. Number one, Lebanese Hezbollah are Iran's number one proxy in the region. They do Iran's beck and call. They focus on attacking Israel. Since the start of this campaign, they have attacked Israel incessantly. So you look at this, 47 years of destabilization by the Iranian regime. 46 of those years have been in concert with the Lebanese Hezbollah. And so the attacks on Israel have been continuous. And what Israel's tried to do, because the Hezbollah opened up significantly on attacks, not just on northern Israel, but all throughout Israel. They are trying to establish a buffer zone. It goes up to the Litani River, which by a peace agreement from 2006, no Hezbollah was supposed to be there anyway. So they want to clear that area out of the Hezbollah threat and take out the leadership for Hezbollah. I think that's a critical and strategic positive move by Israel to take LH out of this agreement. Iran tried to say, no, they're part of the same ceasefire agreement. And Israel said they'll agree to everything else except for that. And I think that's prudent on Israel's strategic interest to protect its own security, not just in the north, but all throughout Israel, because Hezbollah can attack throughout. So you're going to see this continue. I think it's prudent at that the IDF continue those operations in southern Israel.
And what you're looking at is another post from Phil Stewart over at Reuters. If you don't follow him, you definitely should, because he provides information to us here at Live Now from Fox. He's a great resource. Now, Pakistan Prime Minister saying that the U.S. and Iran delegation arriving in Pakistan on Friday. Where do these talks likely go? It's important to note that the U.S., President Trump, they have said, this is where talks stand. This is where talks stand. They have been updating regularly. However, Iran still claiming they have had no talks with the U.S., which we know would not be correct if the ceasefire had been agreed upon. So what can we expect on Friday?
I think you can expect more manipulation by the Iranians. You know, let's not underestimate the Iranians in this regard. They are master negotiators. They have strung along multiple administrations for 47 years to be allowed to further their destabilization across the Middle East, to further their nuclear weapons program. I mean, if Iran has wanted to do it, it has essentially been able to do it through negotiations. You know, they bring the West in, they say they're going to talk, they open up talks, they haven't really given anything up. I mean, Josh, last night, their public media, their state media in Iran was touting this as a victory over the United States. You know, they released a 10-point plan that Matt referred to. Only 2 of those points are in the United States' favor remotely. So when you look at that, this is what Iran's going to do. Let's get to the table. And at the table, they may just discuss what's the shape of the table. And yes, we should have more talks. What's the framework of the next level of talks? So they're going to string this out as much as possible to the end of that 2 weeks. And at the end of that 2 weeks, all they want is 2 more weeks. This is about the regime survival.
And this is the problem with Esau's soul room. He's an animal, but he's a smart animal. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the lignins. This will help to boost up your immune system and your endocrine system, soak up free radicals, and bring down inflammation. And by doing that on a regular basis, it's going to help your cardiovascular health and your brain function. Ashwagandha root helps to control cortisol levels and blood glucose levels. That's really important for your cardiovascular health, your brain function, even your immune system. Stack them together for max benefit. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Back to Live Now.
Back on anything the United States would do. I have to give, as much as it pains me to say this, but in all unbiased opinion, Iran has an advantage at this time in these negotiations. You know, we released the military pressure today, and now Iran has that breathing space that it wants to further along these negotiations, string us along, if you will.
And obviously there are a lot of questions here as to what is going to happen next, what we'll see take place in the future. One thing that's interesting is, and Matt was talking about this a short time ago, but the fact that you have these drones, missiles that are being fired at Gulf Arab states, are they included in the ceasefire deal, or is it essentially don't attack the U.S., don't attack Israel? Do we even really know that?
Well, I think the angle that Matt brought up this morning about UAE being under attack, and let's not forget, UAE suffered the most attacks of any of the Arab states. They even suffered more than Israel when you look at the total count of missiles and drones going in there. They have not been included in any of the negotiations, if you will. As a matter of fact, Saudi Arabia, UAE have come to the United States both privately and publicly, said we need to push forward and we need to get a victory. Not just a military victory, but a diplomatic victory. So Iran is going to punish these states and maintain the pressure on them as long as they can and throughout this entire negotiation process. Whereas the United States was applying significant military pressure against Iran, and you always want to negotiate from a position of military strength when you're entering these type of negotiations. Iran is maintaining that military advantage by continuing to put the pressure on our allies. So you have to kind of look at that. It might be nuanced, but you have to realize Iran is going to continue to show dominance, if you will, over the Arab states and kind of keep them in their place as they've had for about 47 years, this tenuous relationship between the Arab states and Iran. So you're going to see this continue out there.
And Trey Eastover at Fox News posting this on his socials. He's been out there as all of this is unfolded. He's been on the ground, and it says ceasefire day 1 Israel took multiple waves of Iranian missile fire after the ceasefire was announced. Kuwait reports that more than 24 drones were launched by Iran since 8 a.m. local time. UAE currently under an Iranian missile attack. Iran, via state media, reports strikes against the island there and the oil infrastructure on the Levan island. So again, all of this is still developing. We are still seeing different attacks, so to speak, that are happening. We also have these live images that are coming in out of Beirut, Lebanon, where there are strikes that have happened there. Again, Beirut not included in that ceasefire deal, according to Israel. And Mark, I want to get your take on the fact that Israel doesn't appear to have really been involved in those negotiations in general.
No, I don't think Israel was involved, and I think when we saw the release of the proposal from Pakistan yesterday, that Iran was willing to accept this new 2-week proposal as opposed to the 45-day when they turned down a couple of days ago, I think you had some back channel communications, or actually not back channel, you probably had the president talking to Netanyahu about what to do going forward on this. And so I hope that there was that conversation to let Israel know where we were going to go, what we were going to try to put forward this, and gain some cooperation with Israel to at least stop the attacks on Iran at this time, or to lessen them to a degree. But Israel, that existential threat from the Lebanese Hezbollah, that's a red line, if you will, and I don't like using that term, but Israel will not stop those attacks as we discussed earlier. So they're going to continue that. I'm sure Netanyahu told the president that as they work their way through it. But if Iran continues attacks on Israel, and I wouldn't put it past them to do it because of Israel attacking Hezbollah, you will see Iran retaliate directly you will see Israel directly retaliate against Iran, without a doubt. So that's the continuous situation we have there.
It's also interesting, I believe we heard from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth about this morning, where there was a question asked, but we've also heard over the past several weeks that people as young as 12 years old are being recruited by Iran to serve in their military. I mean, what does that say to you, that they are recruiting 12-year-olds to take part in this?
That is just part of the brainwashing campaign. I can't really articulate it any better than that this Islamic regime has such a stranglehold over the population that they basically inculcate this culture, this idea in those young people all the way up. I mean, when we go back to the Iran-Iraq war, Josh, thousands of Iranian soldiers would line up and cross these marshes in the south and be slaughtered by the thousands. And the Islamic regime has no regard for that aspect of human life. So I see that as just furtherance of what they're doing to try to create this full mentality, this hatred for America, hatred for Israel in there, and recruiting them. A lot of people don't want to accept that as a fact of what the Islamic regime does, but that is their way of life. That is how they have operated for 47 years. Get you young and start. Another thing about this that we see in the talks, there is nothing about stopping the slaughter of the Iranian people. 3 days ago, they publicly executed some more protesters. So that is going to continue. This deal at this time, or this ceasefire, emboldens the Iranian regime.
And that's true, because we know that we've heard about these public hangings, and we have protesters that are being publicly executed in front of other people. You have other people who have been jailed there. And of course, the understanding is that they can't really get a fair trial there in Iran. They're essentially just convicted of whatever crime they are charged with. So we'll see, of course, how President Trump responds to that, because that was a big sticking point months ago with the president, as he said, if they continue to execute these protesters, we will intervene, and we are not okay with that. Mark Chandler, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us here and helping to break it down. Anything we missed? I know we covered a lot of ground, but anything that we missed there that you want to make sure to mention before I let you go?
Well, Josh, this is a very fluid situation. In the last 12 to 18 hours, a lot has come out, a lot has changed. There's a lot of words being thrown around. I would just urge us to watch the hyperbole and kind of look at what's going on. Right now, as we said, Iran has pretty much achieved everything it needs. It's had the Americans to stop their attacks. It still controls the Straits of Hormuz out there. the regime remains in place. And as we go forward in negotiations, we need to have a strong position. We've kind of given up our advantage of the military pressure, although we can start that. This has been a phenomenal military success out there. So we can reinitiate that with that pressure, but we're delaying right now. What we have to look at the negotiations is, will the regime change its stripes? Will they allow some sort of freedom of movement? Will they relinquish control of the Straits of Hormuz? That is their strategic advantage right now, and that's what kind of got us back to the table right now, looking at everything. So we have to follow these negotiations carefully and look at the words and go a little bit past, what the public, what the media is trying to get us to look at. You excluded, of course.
Of course. All right, Mark Chandler, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We did.
Finance the old way. Finance the rent way.
You want a vehicle that earns its keys. Not scared of a better man. Oh, man.
We have MS Now contributor Inzamam Rashid in Dubai, MS Now reporter and co-host of The Weekend, Jackie Alamani at the White House, former Deputy Special Envoy for Iran, Richard Nephew, who was part of the talks for a nuclear deal with Iran back in 2015, and our military analyst, retired General Barry McCaffrey. Welcome to all of you. So, ladies first here, Jackie. Details on this agreement, they have been hard to come by so far. What is the president saying about that today as he gets ready to meet with the NATO Secretary General?
Yeah, Alex, well, as you noted, this is being hailed as a major victory by the president and the rest of the administration, along with our European allies and our regional allies and Iran as well. That does not mean, however, that there are huge major issues that are going to have to be ironed out here when it comes to these negotiations in a pretty short period of time, especially when you're comparing it to the length of time that it ultimately took the Obama administration to hash out the JCPOA with Iran. That was a 2-year period. In a post on Truth Social, Trump, among other things, said that primarily the U.S. would now be working with Iran to remove the uranium. Let me actually read this post to you. They'll work closely with Iran, which we've determined has gone through what will be a very productive regime change. There will be no enrichment of uranium. The United States will, working with Iran, dig up and remove all of the deeply buried B-2 bombers, nuclear dust. It is now and has been under very exacting satellite surveillance. Nothing has been touched from the date of attack. We are and will be talking tariff and sanctions relief with Iran, and many of the 15 points have already been agreed to. I think, though, what is really important to note here is the fact that this is still a major incompatibility between the U.S. and Iran, Alex. If you look at the 10-point plan that Iranians posted on social media last night, it was a quite different take on the issue of nuclear enrichment. They wrote actually that the acceptance of Iran's right to enrichment was part of what they need for the U.S. to accept in order for there to be an ultimate peace deal. And they also mentioned the removal of sanctions without mention of highly enriched uranium. This has been a long time issue, obviously, between the administration and Iran, but Iranians have long maintained that the survival and protection of the regime was dependent on their access to a nuclear weapon. And so I think the central question is going forward, what can the United States provide to Iran that is going to ultimately change the calculus on them needing this access to their uranium?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It is the linchpin on which the prospect of peace may hang. So, Inzamam, what happens next, and what got Iran to trust that this third attempt at diplomacy won't end the same way as the first two?
Well, I think they probably saw that President Trump was very desperate to get a deal, but also I think because of the threats from the president that he would have targeted power plants across Iran as well as bridges inside the country. And I think the images that we saw of many people, men and women inside Iran, going out, standing and causing some form of a human shield in front of power plants late last night and in front of bridges as well, probably gave a sense that Iran needed to come up with some form of a deal in order to make sure that these attacks didn't take place inside of the country. But look, Iran essentially has the upper hand in this ceasefire framework. I think that's pretty obvious to see because of, as Jackie was mentioning, this 10-point proposal that Iran had put forward. And the president said last night, it's that 10-point proposal that the US finds as a workable basis on which to negotiate. But that is essentially all of Iran's maximalist demands in this whole conflict, what they essentially want out of this regional conflict. There are things on there which it's impossible for the US to approve, but also for the Gulf states to approve as well. Firstly, things like the Strait of Hormuz, it cannot essentially be in de facto Iranian control. They can't have these technicalities in place, which would mean that they profit from ships passing through what was once a free waterway just 6 weeks ago. And then things like US military bases in the Gulf. I don't think that that's going to be something that America can afford to do, pulling out of the Gulf. And I don't think the Gulf states can afford for America to pull out of here and essentially leave this region when you've got a potentially dangerous Iran still on the other side. And then when you flip this as well, Alex, and look at the Gulf states and their involvement in all of this, well, they do still live with a dangerous Iran. Even in this 2-week ceasefire that we currently have, we've continued to see a number of missiles coming in from Iran into the Gulf states. But this particular point on the 10-point plan, I think for now, Iran felt, let's put that forward. Let's see what the president has got to say. If we get to some form of 2-week ceasefire, then fair enough, we can recalibrate and then we can go into these discussions potentially being held in Pakistan on Friday with the US and Iran. But very much so, this is now a ceasefire framework, which I think gives Iran some leverage, and the ball is pretty much in their court.
So, Richard, it's a starting point. Based on what we know about this temporary agreement, do you see it as workable? And are the negotiation positions that much different from what they were before the war?
Yeah, candidly, I think all the positions are still the same, and that doesn't augur well for trying to get to an actual comprehensive deal. I think the most likely outcome of all this is that we're still in a ceasefire mode, maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks from now. Because ultimately, both Iran and the United States are reluctant to re-engage in this conflict. I will say that if any side is indicating a willingness to continue, it's the Iranians. And you can see this in some of the positions that they've taken over the course of the last 24 hours, the insistence that they'll continue to control the Straits of Hormuz, the idea that they are going to continue to hold on to nuclear enrichment, the idea that they're going to continue to support Hezbollah in Lebanon. I mean, all these are positions that are very consistent with the 10 points, but not consistent with the 15-point plan that's been put forward by the United States. And I think ultimately what they are banking on is that the president is going to be disinclined to restart all of this with the economic and political costs that it would come.
So, General, the president says the U.S. achieved all of its military objectives. VP Vance, Secretary Hegseth both repeated that today. Take a listen, sir.
Well, the president...
I think taxes are something that makes all of us panic, whether or not you want to admit it. Being able to pass my taxes to a TurboTax expert.
What the president set out to do was decimate the Iranian military, decimate their ability to wage conventional war. And that military objective, as the president said yesterday, as I said yesterday, has been achieved.
Iran suffered a devastating military defeat. Together with our Israeli partners, America's military achieved every single objective on plan, on schedule, exactly as laid out from day one.
So, General, despite what we're hearing at the Pentagon, we know Iran still has missile strike capabilities. They now may control the Strait of Hormuz, or at least have a new revenue stream from it. The same regime is in power despite Trump's claims otherwise. Iran's ground forces, they're intact. So did the U.S. achieve its military goals?
Well, one thing we achieved is a ceasefire for the next 2 weeks, which is vitally important. And for the first time in a long time, hopefully, face-to-face negotiations starting Friday in Islamabad. And as our reporter just reiterated,
now, it's important to put context to this.
This is at his home, and on the wall, he has himself with President Clinton, another failed president, not being able to get the job done in the Middle East. So, he's a general. What war did you win, General? What war did you win? He failed forward.
The Trump administration to start up a continued air campaign again. The air campaign was brilliant, sea, air, defensive THAAD and Patriot missiles. It has eliminated much of their conventional military power. But again, if you look at it dispassionately, it's clear that the Iranians still control the Straits of Hormuz. They have not agreed to give up the nuclear development program in any way. It has not been a regime change. If anything, it's probably hardened the IRGC's control over the country. And we have devastated, most importantly, our allies, both in the Persian Gulf, in Europe. I don't think the South Koreans, Australians, Japanese will trust us the next 10 years after our behavior and all this. But Alex, back off all this, the legalities, the negotiations. The President of the United States put out 2 Truth Social posts on Easter and then yesterday. And it appears that he is unhinged, incoherent, saying things that are flat unacceptable for American values and the Constitution. It is an astonishing state of affairs, and we got 2 more years with him as the Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Armed Forces.
That is a sobering thought right there. Our allies were raising eyebrows all around the world, and of course Congress will have issues to deal with on that front, General. But Jackie, earlier in the war, Trump said that it would end with Iran's unconditional surrender. No description on what that meant after they would wave a white flag and what the U.S. would do with that. But how is the White House squaring this? Because there doesn't seem to be surrender on the table.
Yeah, Alex, well, I'll remind you when Caroline Leavitt was actually asked about this end game a few weeks ago, she defined it as that surrender would, quote, essentially occur when Trump concluded that his war objectives have been met. So to be honest with you, I think the phrase ultimate surrender, at least for this president, is extremely malleable, depending on what happens during negotiations, which at this point, it could really go anywhere. I mean, if you're just taking stock of the last few days, we went from threats to committing a massive war crime, wiping out an entire civilization that essentially undermines the U.S. as a benevolent superpower, to then just...
Breaking news by NHK World. Japanese Defense Ministry announces North Korea launched possible ballistic missile early Wednesday afternoon.
24 hours later, the president saying that the U.S. was now going to try to work with Iran to achieve these objectives. I think that the amount of pressure that Trump is feeling, not just politically with the economy, but also from lawmakers, a slate of Republicans beyond sort of the MAGA influencers, the Tucker Carlsons and Megyn Kellys of the world, but people like Ron Johnson, again, diehard MAGA Trump supporters who have unflinchingly been throughout the president's side throughout a lot of the turmoil of this administration, who finally came out yesterday and called some of the rhetoric, the maximalist rhetoric around the war, unacceptable.
All right. Well, more issues in the world. Before we continue on, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. This will bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals, and detoxify your body. This will help to boost up your immune system, help with your endocrine system, help with your cardiovascular system, help with your joint health, also brain function. Bringing down inflammation is going to slow down the aging process. Soaking up free radicals is going to slow down the aging process. Detoxifying your body regularly will help to slow down the aging process. Get the heirloom barley, very high quality, it's a month's supply. You can stack this with Boomer Boost for added benefits like controlling your A1C levels, and You'll recover quicker after a workout because it's bringing down inflammation. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure you use discount 5. I want you to save some money. Why? Well, there's inflation out there. Make sure it's all caps, discount the number 5. You get $5 off. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Alrighty. What else is going on here? All right. All right, let's listen into Fox Business here.
Welcome back. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth giving an update at the Pentagon moments ago as the U.S. and Iran agree to a 2-week ceasefire, hours before President Trump's deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face destruction. Fox News can confirm that there is movement right now in the critical waterway of the Strait of Hormuz. Ships are passing through. President Trump said on Truth Social this morning this. The United States will work
This is old news here.
And are, quote, talking tariff and
This is old news because the strait is actually blocked now because of the hit in Lebanon. So we have to be careful. Make sure that we are playing the most updated news here. Let's see. Let's listen into MS Now talking about how bad Trump and Pete Hegseth is. Oh no, you know what? I want to listen to Time News. This is Times Radio talking about the Suez moment. Trump has completely underestimated Iran.
The leadership of America is completely underestimated, and you now see the global superpower humbled by a tin pot theocratic dictatorship. This is America's Suez moment.
What are we then to make of the Iran ceasefire deal? The Prime Minister's on his way to the Gulf with Downing Street saying the United Kingdom is continuing to lead the international effort, convening allies from around the world to ensure the Strait of Hormuz is reopened. President Trump has hailed today as a great day for world peace, but Iran is now likely to charge fees for ships passing through the strait, and this move is likely to be a sticking point during talks which we believe will take place in Pakistan on Friday. The Times World Affairs editor, Catherine Philp, joins us now. Catherine, good morning.
Good morning, Rosie.
Can you tell us what details of this 2-week pause currently entail?
Well, I wish we knew a bit more than we did. We certainly know quite a few points of the entire plan, the 10-point plan, and some of those points are about what would happen after this 2 weeks. I think that the critical point about this 2-week ceasefire is that the US and Israel stop bombing Iran in exchange for this reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. But the opening of the Strait of Hormuz seems to mean different things to different people, because what Iran is proposing is that it reopen under Iranian military management, that it charged tolls for ships going through there, ostensibly to use for its own reconstruction, in lieu of the fact that it's unlikely to get any reparations from the US that it's up for. And that it would that would leave it in a position to close the strait at any point in the future, having already proved to itself and to the world how very, very effective it was when it did it this time.
Yeah. We should take stock of the fact, though, that this morning is, for many people around the region, a moment of real relief, because Donald Trump had been threatening that a whole civilization would die if Tehran failed to agree a ceasefire deal.
Yes, he had. I mean, I think that's typical Trump hyperbole, but it was went further. Even for him, it went a long way. I don't think he could have actually carried out what he was talking about doing, which was taking out every single power plant and bridge in Iran for over just simply one night. But nonetheless, it is a huge relief to everyone in the region that this is not escalating, and at least they have the prospect of a ceasefire, of a pause in the attacks, and which means again pause on attacks from Iran on Gulf states in the region, and at least negotiations can be given a chance.
The White House here are, unsurprisingly, claiming victory. They're saying military objectives have been met. To what extent, Catherine, have you assessed the situation right now to what it was 6 weeks ago? What materially has the US achieved here?
Well, they've taken out a large proportion of Israel's ballistic missile capabilities. Obviously, those could be rebuilt in the future. There's definitely been some huge military setbacks. They've wiped out most of the Navy, but the problem is, I think, that Iran has learned from this and previously that it can fight in an asymmetric manner that can still inflict huge pain on the region and the world. So in closing the Strait of Hormuz, for example, that's a pretty low-tech thing to do. They have an almost endless supply of Shahed drones with which they can hit their neighbors. Not the same as hitting Israel, for which they would need those longer-range ballistic missiles. So I think the nature of the threat from Iran has changed. We still don't know the fate of the highly enriched uranium or whether the war has changed the attitudes of Iranian leaders towards the potential to acquire a nuclear bomb. In terms of how they've come around, if they've shifted at all on their negotiating positions, I mean, looking through the 10-point plan that they've submitted that Trump has said is workable, it is a list of things that the US has mostly rejected in the past when there wasn't an active conflict going on. So it's very hard to see how this stage 2 gets off the ground when you look at some of the things that Iran is asking for. It's asking for a total US military withdrawal from the Middle East. It's asking for the release of frozen US assets. It wants the entire deal to be made binding by a UN Security Council resolution, the lifting of all sanctions. These are things that America has rejected in the past. Is it really going to give Iran all the things it wanted in exchange for something it already had before this war began, which was free navigation through the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, Catherine, thank you very much for your analysis. The Times World Affairs editor, Catherine Phil. Listening to that conversation, General Sir Richard Sheriff, the former Deputy Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, who joins us now. Good morning, Sir Richard.
Good morning.
What do you think the US has achieved?
Well, I think you said it. It's a masterclass in futility. Yes, the US and Israel have decimated the Iranian leadership. They've written down the Iranian military capabilities substantially. But the fact is that so long as Iran held the Strait of Hormuz, America is losing. Trump is losing. And the very fact that Trump is now accepting the Iranian 10-point proposals as a workable basis on which to negotiate says to me that he's blinked. He's backed off. This is yet another example of Trump always chickening out. Yep. Of course, the winners here are the Iranian people and also the people in the Gulf who, the Iranian people faced the threat of genocide. But the ultimate aim of this was for America was to remove the regime, remove the nuclear capabilities. That has not happened, maybe on the nuclear side. But the other bottom line is this, that Iran wins if it doesn't lose, and America loses if it doesn't win. America has not won, so it has lost here, and has lost massive prestige.
Had America underestimated the resistance of the regime?
Well, I say America broadly. Trump certainly underestimated, and the acolytes that surround Trump certainly underestimated it. I'm absolutely certain that there are sensible, thoughtful, experienced operators in the United States military and security establishments who had no illusions about the likely threat and the likely closure of the Strait of Hormuz, but I suspect they were completely ignored in the decisions to go for this. So yes, in a sense, the leadership of America is completely underestimated, and you now see the global superpower humbled by a by a tin pot theocratic dictatorship. This is America's Suez moment.
And well, America have been declaring this as a victory, saying their military objectives have been completed. Watching on largely from the sidelines here has been NATO, who've been called cowards, Donald Trump's allies over the duration of this war. Donald Trump threatening to pull out of NATO. Today, we've got the head of NATO, Mark Rutte, meeting Donald Trump. What do you imagine he's going to say to Donald Trump in terms of how much they need the US?
Well, the other loser here, of course, is NATO. The alliance has been torpedoed below the waterline by Trump. And after the deranged statements which we've heard from the White House, there is absolutely no way that any NATO ally can trust America under Trump's leadership. So Rutte needs to get that one on board. And what we do not want to see is the sort of belly crawling we've seen in the past. He's got to recognize that NATO's got to go it alone with America as an outlier, and that Europe has now finally got to wake up to the fact that NATO's got to be a European-led, Canadian-led alliance.
Yeah, I mean, can it afford to do that?
No, it can't. But we've got to make it happen. I mean, this is a come-as-you-are party.
How would you do that?
Well, it means, let's take domestic politics for a start. It means that this government has got to take the Strategic Defence Review off the shelf, which it commissioned last year, which is a very good document. It's got to start spending money on defence. It's got to resource the Defence Investment Plan, the Defence Reliance Plan, and every NATO country has got to recognise that it's got to make the necessary sacrifices to fill the gaps left by America.
Do you have confidence in NATO as it stands? I mean, Mark Rutte sort of now infamously called Donald Trump daddy when, very shortly after both of them were then instilled in those positions as head of NATO and US president. Do you think that it's time for the end of the flattery?
Absolutely. I have no confidence in a NATO leader who goes crawling on his belly to Trump in the way that Rutte has. But I have absolute confidence in the capabilities of Europe to be able to step up to the mark. If we follow the example of our friends in Eastern Europe, Poland, the Baltic states, Finland, the Scandinavian countries as well, up in the north, because they get it. They absolutely get the need to do it. Now, we in Britain, France, Italy, Spain, and the rest need to follow suit. But no, we can absolutely do it if we put our mind to it.
How concerned were you by some of the language that was being used by the US president in the last few days, when that was swearing in Easter Day messages saying that he would send Iran back to the Stone Age, then saying that a whole civilization would die if Tehran failed to agree to a ceasefire deal?
Well, these are deranged statements, and it demonstrates unequivocally that Trump is not fit to lead anything.
I mean, he would say that now they have had a ceasefire as a result of the deadline and the threat that he posed.
Let's be real. Let's be clear. Trump was looking for a way out here, and the Pakistanis, he's got a good relationship with the Pakistani leadership and the Pakistanis. This proposal with the Pakistanis has been on the table for some time. Trump realized that there was no way that the Iranians were going to open the Strait of Hormuz. He realized that there was no likelihood of any military operation succeeding in opening the Strait of Hormuz. And he realized the only way out was to accept the proposals put by Iran as a basis to negotiate, and that is where we are now.
General Sir Richard Sheriff, thank you very much, the former Deputy Supreme Allied Commander of NATO.
It does make it look like Trump is a little weaker. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the digestive enzyme complex. This will help the health of your pancreas. Your pancreas starts to decline as you get older. No matter how healthy you are, your pancreas produces the enzymes to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. Digestive enzyme complex will help you to break up those food stuffs, such as carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids, allow you to digest easier and reduce the load on your pancreas. This is super important if you're 40 years of age or older. Please go to my store, get the digestive enzyme complex. It's super important. It also has bromelain, so it will help to break up clots, and it has the proteolytic enzymes to break up glycoproteins. That's really important during the cold season. An olive leaf extract. This will boost up your immune system and help with your cardiovascular system. It brings down inflammation, and helps you to control your lipid profile, helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the olive leaf extract and the digestive enzyme complex as a stack. So you're helping your pancreatic health and your digestive health, and you're helping with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, we're gonna go to McMaster. He was being interviewed on CBS.
Let's bring in CBS News contributor and retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster. He also served as a national security advisor in the first Trump administration. Lots to break down here. So, Joint Chief of Staff Dan Kane has said that there were 3 objectives over the last month. Destroy Iran's ballistic missile and drone capabilities, destroy the Iranian Navy, and destroy their defense industrial base. And he says all 3 of those things were accomplished. Let's listen.
Over the course of 38 days of major combat operation, the Joint Force achieved the military objectives as defined by the President. We welcome the ongoing ceasefire, and as the Secretary said, we hope that Iran chooses a lasting peace.
So was this Tuesday deadline a real threat, or in your view, sort of a tactic in the negotiations?
Well, Sean, I think that we did destroy those capabilities, but they still have some remaining, some missiles, some drones, and I think what remains to be seen is will the Iranians try to reconstitute those capabilities? I think unless there is a fundamental change in the nature of the regime, a regime that is now dominated by the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, an organization and people who are hostile to the great state in the United States, the little Satan or the cancerous boils, how they refer to Israel, and their Arab neighbors. There won't be enduring peace. So I see this as kind of maybe a temporary ceasefire, and maybe along with it, a hope for a change in the nature of the regime in Iran, because they've been under so much duress. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. So I think this is really kind of a temporary arrangement.
I want to get your take, General, on the New York Times reporting that the president made this decision, according to the New York Times, that the president decided to make this decision after having a briefing and a meeting with the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, along with his senior advisors in the room, including Susie Wiles, including the Vice President of the United States, the Defense Secretary, and others. And that there were some in the administration who cautioned against doing something like this. The New York Times reports that the Vice President said that this would be going against some of the promises that the President made to the American people, that this would cause regional instability. Those things seem to have come to fruition. I wanted to just get your take on that reporting. You've been in that room. You know what it's like when the President of the United States is weighing decisions that will monumentally affect Americans and, frankly, the entire world.
Right, hey, Vlad, I think that kind of discussion has to happen. It's good that it happened. You want to have people viewing different or airing different perspectives and considering the long-term costs and consequences. And I think in this case, it was important to consider the costs and consequences of action as well as the costs and consequences of inaction. And I think what we saw with this massive onslaught by the Iranians on 14 countries in the region, that them having that kind of capability, that drone missile strike complex, was unacceptable, not just for regional security, but U.S. interests in the region. And what they were doing was developing this kind of shield, this conventional shield of missiles and drones, so that behind it, they can develop the most destructive weapons on Earth. And an intercontinental ballistic missile. I know there have been some people say, well, we don't really know if they're doing that. Well, they had a space program, but that's not really a space program. I mean, that's a program to develop missiles that can range the United States. So, so I think in retrospect, the cost of inaction, even though, the cost of action was high, it would have been far higher than the cost of action here.
But President Trump, he didn't get the regime change that he was calling for. Iran still has control over the Strait of Hormuz right now. So what might these negotiations really look like moving forward? Obviously, there are sticking points on both sides here. I mean, could the U.S. end up really at square one when this is over?
Yeah, I think so, Chanel. I mean, I think that unless, again, there's a change in the ideology and the aspirations that drive and constrain the Iranian regime, then there's not going to be peace, because this is a regime that has continued to repress its own people and has fomented sectarian civil wars across the Middle East and surrounded Israel with a ring of fire, lit that ring of fire on October 7th, 2023, attacked Israel directly twice in 2024, and it now has burst kind of the economic model for the Gulf, and has placed that all at risk for the Emiratis and the Qataris and the Kuwaitis and the Saudis, and has held the global economy hostage. So unless there's a change in the aspirations that drive that regime, which is to kick the U.S. out of the region, establish hegemonic influence, surround Israel, and kill all the Jews, that's really what they want to do, then there's not going to be peace that comes from this kind of an agreement. There has to be really a change in the nature of that government somehow.
General, before you go, and you mentioned this, and I know that you know this very well, sir, the loss of life of any American soldier, sailor, Marine, airman, Coast Guardsman was an enormous loss for our country and certainly their families. The Army Secretary Dan Driscoll, in the wake of losing 13 troops in this conflict, said that their sacrifice will never be forgotten. But I do wonder, sir, when we talk about the loss of life that we saw during the American withdrawal from Afghanistan, similar number, 13 soldiers killed in the wake of that conflict during the removal, the excavation of troops in Afghanistan. How you comfort, is this something you've had to do as a senior military leader, how you comfort a family in explaining the sacrifice of their sons or daughters, their fathers, brothers, in a conflict that has long been, and you're a former military man, you understand that soldiers are not they don't form policy, they implement policy from our leaders, and every soldier, sailor, Marine, airman understands that. But how do you explain to a family member when the objectives were never as clear as often it feels as if the president seems to think that they are?
Well, first of all, there's nothing you can really do to compensate fully for the loss of a loved one, a husband, a brother, a son, a daughter, and a wife. I mean, it's impossible to compensate for that. But I think what the parents should know is that their loved one died doing what they volunteered to do to defend our nation, and that they made the ultimate sacrifice in a cause, as you're alluding to, a noble cause of defending our nation, and also part of their commitment to one another. I mean, what you really do have in our military is our organizations that grow together like a family. And one of the reasons why our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Coast Guardsmen, Guardians have the courage to confront our enemies is because they fear letting one another down more than they fear any enemy bullet or any enemy missile. So I think gratitude is what you have to convey, and you have to share the grief with them. Grief, shared grief is grief divided, and I think that's a comfort. And then introducing them to their fellow servicemen and women over time with memorial services, bringing the families to the military post so they can hear the stories, of how loved their family member was, and how important their family member was to the other members of that team. So, grief work is, as you alluded to, Vlad, it is kind of the command responsibility, and every commander feels the loss of a serviceman or woman because they are like members of your family.
Yeah.
We're thinking of those families today.
We sure are.
Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Clarity Factor. This is a very powerful neurostack. This is going to be able to get rid of that brain fog, allow you to concentrate on tasks, and over time, what this will do is help to improve the positive neuroplasticity, so you're going to be thinking faster and have better memory. This is a very powerful neurostack. You should be taking it every day. Make sure you drink filtered water. By taking Clarity Factor, you're helping brain function. Vitamin B complex. This is dual purpose. This is going to help to boost up your energy levels produce more ATP. The first 4 B vitamins in this complex are part of the electron transport chain within your mitochondria to produce ATP. They'll rev up your cellular metabolism and protect neurons through vitamin B12. Now, take vitamin B complex every day, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. So please go to my store, get the vitamin B complex, stack it with the clarity factor, and so you're helping with your brain function and revving up your metabolism and energy. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Of the talks, they didn't succeed later on in calming the situation regarding the markets. His prime-time address as well didn't ease the American concerns about the economy. And I think that's why in the end he had to opt for an exit. And to have this all dashed away or sabotaged just for the sake of Benjamin Netanyahu's own agenda in Lebanon and perhaps even his own agenda in Iran, I think that even Trump won't accept that. So Trump has said, by the way, he was asked, according to what we're seeing on social media, that the agreement didn't actually include the Lebanese front, although the Pakistani Prime Minister said it did. And I think Iran wouldn't have agreed if Lebanon wasn't included. So it's quite likely, in my opinion, that we're going to see a different tone from Trump regarding the Lebanese front, when it becomes clear that Iran is not willing to back down regarding its demand to have the attacks on Lebanon end.
We have, of course, seen over the tenure of the Trump administration that there is a limited enthusiasm for trying to rein in Benjamin Netanyahu, his government, and the military forces of Israel, as long as they don't clash with U.S. interests. Now, you just outlined where that clash may happen, but what kind of leverage do you think Donald Trump would be able to bring against Benjamin Netanyahu? Would he simply ask him not to do it? Or would he actually say, we are sending you billions of dollars worth of military material, and you might not get that if you jeopardize this deal?
Oh, look, the United States has all sorts of leverage to put on Israel if it wanted to. I mean, ever since the Operation Al-Aqsa flood, we've seen money, weapons, and the United States, as I said, if you go back to the 80s, Ronald Reagan had a famous saying when he called on the Israelis to stop bombing Beirut. He practically picked up the phone, told the Israeli Prime Minister back then, and that was it. And Reagan told one of his aides, according to what we read, I didn't know I had that much power. So I think it comes down to mustering the political will. That's one part of it. The other part of it, of course, is the fact that I think that partially Donald Trump wanted this war, or was maybe convinced by Benjamin Netanyahu that, look, if you do this, you'll go down in history as a historical American president who was able to defeat the arch nemesis of the United States, meaning the Islamic Republic of Iran. So part of the decision to go to war against Iran, yes, a lot of it was to do with Israeli pressures and Israeli lobbying, but part of it as well was regarding Trump's own personality and his own, his focus on being the strong man or going down in history as a unique leader, etc. His ego, basically. But regarding the leverage, yes, again, the United States, if you have a president willing indeed to use the leverage, if the political will is there, the U.S. could have enormous influence over Israel.
Hezbollah, of course, is regarded as a proxy of Iran. Now, if Israel continues, Hezbollah, forgive me, I may have said Israel, Hezbollah is regarded as a proxy of Iran. But if Israel continues to attack Lebanon, what options do you think are open to Iran?
Well, basically, look, Iran has said that any ceasefire agreement must include Lebanon. You know, they said it before the agreement, they repeated it, and now the Iranians are saying that if these aggressions by Israel continue, that could jeopardize the agreement, according to some sources. At the very least, I think, at the very least, if it doesn't jeopardize the agreement with the Americans, the Iranians are going to come to Hezbollah's aid, and they're going to fight against Israel. That would mean Israel fighting Iran and Hezbollah without U.S. support, because, again, I don't believe that Trump, and I might be mistaken, because Trump is all over the place. But I don't believe that Trump is willing to resume confrontations with Iran. So if Iran were to go ahead and now join Hezbollah in a two-front war against Israel, but this time with Israel standing alone, that would be a very, very difficult and immense challenge for the Israelis. And I even think Netanyahu, with all of his boasting, I think that even he would want to avoid such a situation. This brings me back to the earlier point. I still lean more towards the conviction that this is about a storm before the calm, so to speak, escalating dramatically before ending, or an attempt to have this whole thing collapse, to have the agreement collapse, especially with Trump saying that it didn't include Lebanon. And by the way, it might be the case that Trump indeed didn't know that it included Lebanon. I mean, he's been prone to someone who sometimes misread the facts or isn't aware of certain details. So it's quite possible that he really didn't know. And now he's waking up to this reality that Iran is insisting that any agreement must include the Lebanese front.
We're very grateful to you for joining us and obviously giving us the benefit of your expertise in this. Thank you very much.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the omega-3. This will bring down inflammation and help you control your lipid profile. It helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. By taking omega-3, you're improving your cardiovascular health and reducing plaque formation. Super important. And when you have good cardiovascular health, you also have good brain function. Why? Because you get better blood flow to your brain. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Not in Iran. How over all of this does this impact?
Well, Rob, this is something that is very significant domestically for Israel. The Iran ceasefire has its own fallout, and it's costing the Israeli prime minister and his allies, like Israel Katz, the defense minister, a lot of political capital. Now, the war front on Lebanon is a different story, and Israel feels that it needs to show strength, that it needs to show that it is the one that decides when and if this war front will conclude, that the U.S. cannot or does not, at least for now, dictate that that war front must also come to a halt. So this wide-scale attack that targets neighborhoods and areas in Lebanon that are not associated with Hezbollah fans the flames of a lot of sectarian tension that we've seen increase in Lebanon lately. It corresponds with a statement from the Israeli Foreign Ministry that attacks the Lebanese president and prime minister, even accuses them of lying when they say that they're working to disarm Hezbollah. And the statement goes on to say that if you cannot disarm Hezbollah, move out of the way, because Israel will do that for you, and it will do it basically by bombing everywhere in Lebanon so that no one, nowhere in Lebanon is safe. That will sell well with the base of Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel Katz. It is a good distraction, if one can say that, from the fallout of the Iran ceasefire.
Yeah, so Noor, stay with me because I do want to talk to you about the fact that there is push for action against Hezbollah is coming from within the government. There's also push, of course, coming from the opposition as well. Israeli opposition leader Yair Lapid calling on the Lebanese government to do more to stop Hezbollah.
We will not tolerate the idea that the Israeli north is constantly threatened by Hezbollah, and if the Lebanese government wants to save Lebanon, that they should work with us shoulder to shoulder against Hezbollah.
So, Noor, as I say, we've got on both sides of the Knesset appear to be in agreement that something has to be done about Hezbollah. How much is this going to affect the nature of Israel's military action in Lebanon?
Well, there are two things happening at the same time with that statement. On the one hand, Yair Lapid, who has called the Israeli prime minister a liar and a coward, causing a catastrophic disaster, diplomatic disaster for Israel on Iran. He's also seeing his opponent drowning, and so he's pushing him further down the water. The Lebanon front is costing Israel a lot of soldiers, a lot of machines, and it's also causing a flight of residents from northern communities like Kiryat Shmoni and Yibtili and others. People have left because they've accused the government of using them as a human shield. So there is a demand for action Whether that action militarily it will be effective is another story, because we also heard from the Israeli military chief of staff earlier in this war saying that aerial bombardment and even the ground invasion will not disarm Hezbollah. A political solution, a political horizon, a vision at least is required, and that is absent from the Israeli government's outlook on this war front. So there are two things. On the one hand, you have the opposition leader saying you must push harder, going after the Lebanese government for not doing enough, knowing all the while that the assessment of the Israeli military is that all of this bombing, all of this killing is not going to disarm Hezbollah, not going to resolve the problem that Israel now faces, which it didn't for a year after the ceasefire in 2024 was announced. Hezbollah was not firing rockets. It resumed the firing when this war front reopened with an Israeli cabinet decision.
No, in Ramallah, thank you very much indeed. I want to bring in our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halke. And Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire deal because of the perceived threat from Hezbollah. This is also threatening to ruin the ceasefire deal, of course. What has the U.S. president been saying about Lebanon?
That's right. It is threatening the whole pause in fighting and long-term ceasefire, given the fact that this was part of Iran's 10-point plan that was supposedly agreed to by both parties, the United States and Iran. But given the fact that we have seen these strikes in Lebanon, the U.S. president now defending the ally of the United States, Israel, saying in an interview to PBS, a news station here in the United States, that because of Lebanon, it will need to be, or rather because of Hezbollah, it will need to get taken care of, is what he told the reporter. But he said Lebanon is not included in the deal. And when asked about why Israel continues to strike, he said, Donald Trump said, that he sees this as a separate skirmish. That is the quote. So what is clear in all of this is that the United States in no way is able to or has the desire to restrain its ally, Israel. In fact, it's just the opposite. And this is a very narrow posture by the United States, essentially allowing or giving Israel the latitude to continue these operations in violation of what appears to be very clear terms on the part of the Iranians. So this is obviously putting into question the viability of discussions in Islamabad that are set to take place on Friday to finalize these details. And what it really does is threaten the ceasefire long term and really could hamper the success of the talks in Islamabad altogether.
Kimberly, thank you very much indeed. That's our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halke. Iran's foreign minister has already flagged concerns about ceasefire breaches in Iran and
we're going to go to Bloomberg Balance of Power. Before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol. Resveratrol will help with youthful gene expression, get rid of cells that are in senescence, and boost up the health of the mitochondria. It soaks up free radicals. You'll have more energy in your cell. Resveratrol will also improve the basal layer for your skin. By taking resveratrol, your skin will be healthier and more youthful, and your tissues will be more youthful. Super important. And by taking resveratrol regularly, you're pushing back the methylation of your genes. All right? When you get older, you hypermethylate. You don't want that. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol. All right, let's go to Bloomberg here.
Because Israel is still striking Hezbollah in Lebanon, so the strait remains a key question. It's something we've heard about from the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth as he briefed the media at the Pentagon earlier today after he was describing what he said was an outright military victory in Iran.
Iran doesn't have the same ability to defend it the way they did before, and so as the president has pointed out to the rest of the world, we barely get any of our energy out of the strait, just a tiny fraction. It's time for the rest of the world to step up and ensure that that stays open after President Trump and the War Department brought Iran to the place where they are voluntarily opening it right now, as was announced last night.
But again, Iran is saying it is not right now open. So let's get into this and what it means for the oil market with Mike McGlone, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Commodity Strategist, who is joining us from Miami. So Mike, clearly the market, the oil market specifically, is betting right now that the Strait will reopen. When we look at declines of 16% on WTI, 13% on Brent, in and around $95 a barrel for the both of them. Is that being overly optimistic at this point?
I don't think so, Kaylee. I initially thought that $120 a barrel in both Brent and WTI was the peak. I stick with that, and it's more solidified. The thing to think about now is, yes, this is a bit of a relief rally in risk assets and crude oil going down, but this might have done some severe damage for global economic growth, consumer sentiment, capital budgeting spending, and very similar to 2008. So again, I look where the puck's going. I look towards that December crude oil future around $72 a barrel. I stick with my theme that I think it's going to be at 50 or lower by the time we get to midterms, but we might be more of a recession globally and even in the U.S. That's why the U.S. stock market is so important. It has to stay up. I think the risk is things are all going to start tilting lower as we move on.
Demand destruction is what you speak of, Mike McGlone. Have we seen that materializing already with prices where they were? Had that had yet to kick in?
Well, absolutely, Kaylee. Demand destruction, but I'm more worried about wealth reversion because remember this happened with the U.S. stock market near 100-year highs versus GDP, and volatility still very low, 180-day basis. So the demand destruction in the U.S., you can see that in things like gas oil dropping, heating oil taking off, diesel near the all-time high. Diesel right now, the all-time high in 2022 was $5.82. Today's high today got to $5.67. So that's the grease of the global economy, mostly the U.S. just getting hit. And that's going to cause some major curtailing of capital budgeting, reallocation, price surcharges. So to me, this is all kicking in, but the main destruction is normal and expected, but it's also the sentiment. You see major sentiment in the polls and everything. Your average consumer is very upset. And before they were worried about maybe losing their jobs to AI, now they have to pay much higher prices at the pump. And they're very upset with the leader of our country who kind of broke a promise. So to me, this is a major sentiment shift. It reminds me very much of what I remember in 2008 when crude oil spiked to 147. The big difference is that was a 50% rise. This year we had a 100% rise until yesterday.
Yeah, it's incredible to consider the superlatives, including the superlative today that we haven't seen a drop like this since the COVID pandemic, Mike. I appreciate all of that on the demand side. On the supply side, though, I wonder, as we consider what the future of the Strait of Hormuz may look like in reality, if Iran's armed forces still need to be coordinated with for tankers to transit, if we could be talking about fees in the tune of millions of dollars in order for safe passage, does that not structurally change the way in which the global energy supply is ordered, how freely it is able to flow, at what rate? I just wonder the longer term ramifications here, even if there is something that trends back more toward normalization, if we're ever going to get back to what normal previously was.
Kaylee, I think you nailed it. This is a major workaround. Now, remember, that was about 20% of global supply coming through there. There's going to be major workarounds, pipelines, and ways to get away from there. So just look what happened after the Russians' invasion of Ukraine. Not only that, there'll be workarounds away from the Gulf, but also this is immediate. What happened when Russia invaded Ukraine, it really kicked that shift towards replacing fossil fuels with technology, i.e. a lot of EV sales now are just much higher than they were before. There was incentivized, but also it's a major advantage for the U.S. The U.S., remember, before this happened, was the top producer, net exporter of crude oil liquid fuels on the planet. And that's really accelerated. It allowed producers to sell forward, bring on those profits, but it'll just extend that normal cycle towards a low price cure, which I think will still head towards $50 a barrel this year in the U.S., which the key thing to remember is we got well above cost of production. We got to the place where the U.S. is, most of the Western Hemisphere making good profits, and now they have incentive to bring on more supply. And demand's going to be collapsing. So the key thing to remember in commodities, and most notably crude oils, it pumps and it dumps. But when crude oil pumps, it destroys global economies. And now we're seeing that potential tilt.
All right, Mike McGlone, Bloomberg Senior Commodities Strategist, joining us from Miami. Thank you so much, not just for your insight and analysis today, but through the duration of this conflict. We so appreciate it. And of course, this conflict is on pause, at least in theory, for now, for a 2-week period, as the U.S. and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire Although there is a massive question still around Lebanon as Israel is continuing its strikes against Hezbollah, and Iran says it would like to see that stop if the Strait of Hormuz is going to fully reopen. I would note.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotics. You can get it in the powdered form or the veggie cap form. Both are very high quality. Take them every day to improve your gut biome. By improving your gut biome, you're going to be able to absorb your nutrients better. You're going to reduce the chances of leaky gut syndrome, which would reduce your chances of allergies. A lot of people that have allergies is due to poor gut health. Good gut biome will increase your mucosal layer and improve your immune system in your gut. And the communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain will improve. You'll be able to sleep better. And by sleeping better and getting into the 5 cycles of REM sleep that you need, you'll be able to consolidate memory, detoxify your central nervous system, and be well rested just by improving your gut. And a lot of people don't realize that if you are getting good sleep, your blood that's pumped through into your brain is flushing out, and the lymphatic system is flushing out the toxins that are being built up in your central nervous system. A lot of people don't know this, right? There's a pumping mechanism that takes place when you're sleeping, that by good heart health, right, and getting good sleep, getting REM sleep, that pumping action in the bloodstream into your brain is actually helping pump the CSF and flushing the brain and trying to remove some of the plaque and misfolded proteins and toxins that have built up throughout the day. So if you have a good gut biome that's allowing you to get into the cycles of REM sleep that you need, then you're improving your brain health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotics, either in the powdered form or the veggie cap form, and improve your health. And your skin will improve too. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's listen into Jacob Rees-Mogg about Trump.
With hotels and vacation rentals, Booking.com has something for everyone.
Hey, Sheriff! You got anything more boutique?
Oui, right this way.
The condescension to Donald Trump, the disdain in which he's held by the liberal elite, is so great that it is extremely difficult sometimes to see through the miasma which they create in the mainstream media to understand whether what he's done is going to work or not. But I think it's just possible. I may be catastrophically wrong, and you can tease me about this in months to come. He may have succeeded more than we realize. Let's look at what has happened. Well, he has succeeded in removing the head of Iran, the head of the government in Iran, with a replacement. He's managed to find somebody who negotiations can be held with, and Pakistan has helped in that. He's managed to put back their military efforts, degrade their weapon systems, that the number of missiles they've been able to fire off every day has collapsed from the start of this conflict. And now he's got a ceasefire, which may allow a little bit of time for the next steps to happen. Let's see what happens, but let's not be too pessimistic. So the Straits of Hormuz are beginning to open. 10 ships may have gone through in the period in which I've started making this little video, since the beginning of the day, since the ceasefire started. That's going to begin to normalize supply chains as not just oil, but oil products begin to come through the Straits of Hormuz again, saving them from the longer alternative sea routes that were being proposed. The nuclear capabilities or potential nuclear capabilities of Iran may be significantly reduced, if not stopped. So that would be a very beneficial thing for global peace. The security of the state of Israel will be greater than it was before. And interestingly, the Gulf states have not rallied round co-religionists, but have actually supported the United States, not least because Iran attacked them in what I think will come to be seen as a major strategic blunder. So you've got a number of positive aspects of this war that are already becoming clear just as the ceasefire begins. What hasn't been achieved? Well, there isn't a flourishing democracy in Iran, but that was probably always an unrealistic prospect. It hasn't been as simple as what happened in Venezuela, where one leader was replaced and a more friendly one came in, but it may be evolving in that direction. And what does this mean? Well, it could actually be very positive for the global economy. There's been a terrible spike in the oil price. It's gone up to about $115 a barrel at the peak. Bear in mind, it was about $140 a barrel in 2008. So not as desperate as people might have been indicating, not as unprecedented, certainly not unprecedented in terms of what has happened before in relatively recent history. There will be the issue of damage that has been done to some outlets, some refineries, and so on, and some shipping may have been damaged. But generally speaking, at the end of a crisis, people always say it will take years and years or months and months to restore capacity. Very often it's done much faster than that. You know where the capacity is, you know what the problem is, and people crack on with it and get it repaired as long as there's demand. But I think you can also see greater supply coming on board. Why? Because countries like the United Kingdom will be taking energy security seriously. Something I tried to do in my brief stint as Secretary of State for Energy, to try and use our own resources. There's now a clamour for that. And that clamour won't go away just because there's a ceasefire. It actually becomes more important because we now know there was a crisis in 2022, there was a crisis in 2026. When will the next one be? Will it be 2030? Will it be before? Is it a 4-year pattern? No, I don't think it is. Nonetheless, having your own resources, creating energy security is tremendously important. Why did the North Sea oil fields become economic in the 1970s? Because they were difficult to get at compared to the deserts of Saudi Arabia. They became economic because of what OPEC did in 1973. They pushed up the oil price and they gave the incentive to look for your own resources. They also made it economic. We're going to find the opportunity to make it more economic. That's actually in the hands of the government. Just needs to reduce some of the excessive taxation on oil exploration, and it needs to give the licenses, and then we can have more independent supply. This is also putting pressure on some of the really silly green regulations that mean we don't refine our own products here because we're closing our refineries because we make them too expensive to run. Again, the pressure is going to be to change those rules so we do it domestically so we can have more immediate supply and security of supply. Now, what does this mean? If you increase supply and demand remains static and you're increasing it in terms of oil exploration and indeed refining capacity, or you're keeping refining capacity that will otherwise be closed, then prices come down. In addition to this, you've got the prospect of Iran itself, if it's at peace, becoming a much bigger oil providing nation. It was one of the major ones in 1973, even at the time of the coup in 1979. It was a major oil producing country. That has dwindled. Most of its supplies have gone to China. It's still important, but it's nothing like as big as it could be because it's had sanctions on it. It hasn't been legal for Iran to trade. If Iran comes back into the global trading system, you bring that supply on. Remember, all pricing is at the margin. If you have 1 barrel of oil extra above demand, prices fall. 1 barrel of oil lower, prices rise. The basics of supply and demand, we've seen this. 25% of supply, 20 to 25% of supply being affected by the Straits of Hormuz. We have seen that effect on prices. That goes in the opposite direction too if extra supply comes on. So this is a really interesting thing. We could, instead of be seeing oil getting to $250 a barrel and years of disruption, we could see oil coming down in price below the $70 a barrel it was before the crisis started, with petrol prices coming down, diesel prices coming down, a boost to economic activity, but also domestic boost as we look at our own resources. Of course, other countries will be doing the same. Other countries have been following mad green policies. Will look at whether they've got resources that they can use and whether they can be doing it for themselves. So security of supply should increase supply. Demand may actually grow under these circumstances because at lower prices you sometimes find that creates extra demand. And we've got to a ceasefire. So this is really my starting point. There is the possibility of an interesting economic situation, a positive economic situation, coming out of something that appeared very bleak. My basic theory is that Donald Trump is not the idiot that the mainstream liberal media seems to think that he is, that he knows what he wants to do, that he puts the interests of the United States first, and he broadly thinks through what he is trying to do. That underpins what I'm saying. I think the American people actually like a president who does things, who gets things done. He seems to have got something done. Obviously, the details of the peace treaty will be important. It may be that Iran charges a toll for people going through the Straits of Hormuz, which will help it rebuild its economy. But that money might help it rebuild its oil infrastructure, which brings on more supply, which again will help keep prices down. So don't be too gloomy. Don't think it's going to be years and years of pain. Could actually be on the cusp of things getting a little bit better. Anyway, as you can see, the sun is shining in Somerset. The weather's absolutely glorious. The forecast was appalling. We were meant to be having the beast from the east or something. I mean, every time I looked at the forecast, it was either rain or cold or getting down near freezing. And here we are. It's not. Forecasts are so often wrong, whether from the meteorological office or from left-wing news outlets. As always, thank you very much for watching, and I'm very grateful for your support.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Max 35 or Cleanse or Max 14. They're at different price points and at different parts per million, but take a teaspoon a day every day. Swish in your mouth, gargle about 20 seconds or so, and then swallow it. What this will do is neutralize, improve your oral cavity, maintain a mucosal barrier, help the health of your oral pharynx and the epithelial cells that are in your oral pharynx, and boost up your immune system. This is super important to slow down the aging process and boost up that immune system. If you're not feeling well during the cold season, take a tablespoon or two a day. And then once everything's all clear, then go back to your maintenance dose of a teaspoon a day. I've been doing this protocol for 6 years. Please go to my store and get the Max 35, the Cleanse, or the Max 14. In addition, you can stack this with C60 for added benefits, and you'll notice that you'll be able to breathe better. Part of the reason is reducing inflammation and allowing your bronchioles to open up, to dilate. In addition, you can stack this also with the turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans in the Boomer Boost to help as an overall protocol to slow down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take my advice. These are the supplements that I take every day to slow down the aging process. And oh, by the way, everything I've been saying for the last 6 years about how to improve your brain function has been proven in a book that has been published this year by Dr. Bitchute, MD, Ph.D., adjunct professor at Johns Hopkins. All right? Better start paying attention to me.
News out of the war in Iran, an announcement of a 2-week ceasefire. This is a big change, almost a 180 from President Trump. Not entirely surprising. In the morning, he had declared that Iranian civilization was probably going to be over.
Now, we got our, Dr. Ian Brennan. Is it Brennan or Brenner? Hold on. Bremer. Ian Bremer, he doesn't like Trump so much. And oh, by the way, he makes money on ads on Pupper Regime spoofing Trump, all right? But he's a guru of international affairs, especially in Europe. But he's going to tell you on how the world is. He also told you that tariffs are going to destroy the United States because inflation is going to skyrocket. Didn't happen. He also said that you should be investing in other countries in the United States during the tariff negotiations that were commencing in April of last year. What did DrPaulCottrell say? Don't be fearful, buy into the market. If you paid attention to me and not Dr. Ian Bremer, you would have made 20% return on your new capital.
Between 8 and 12 p.m. That's very specific. He managed to escalate maximally before the eventual climb down. This was, frankly, the best possible scenario for weeks, was that Trump would declare victory unilaterally, irrespective of the terms that were provided by Iran. And then hopefully you can end the conflict or reduce the conflict, and you can start to rebuild, reconstruct, and eventually get the economy working again. The ceasefire is Trump's. Iran hasn't really changed its demands through all of this. They want continued access and influence over the strait. They're happy to let ships through if those ships pay a toll to the Iranians. Again, big change here is that President Trump seems to be accepting that. Now, he's saying that the strait has to be completely open. Those are the terms of the agreement. But the idea that the Iranians are charging a toll, well, that is control over the strait. And if it's a joint venture, as Trump says, then it means that the Americans and the Iranians have control, other countries don't. We are clearly very far from an agreement between the United States and Iran to jointly control the strait. That is not in any instance what we're looking at right now. What we're looking at is a unilateral climb down by the Americans, and that is, again, a useful thing insofar as...
Wrong. Best possible solution? No, it's not. We need, one, to rearm our Navy with Tomahawks because we've depleted them and they need to go to port. And secondly, is he proposing that we should just kick the can down the road? Is he saying that it's okay for them to have nuclear enrichment? Potentially a breakout for a nuclear bomb? He's too stupid to realize that the Iranians have bioweapon labs. Dumb. Now, Trump buying some time to get reorganized to hit them, smart idea. But if Trump is walking away from this, this is going to be part of the world curse that I keep on warning everybody about. That's going to start on September 11th, 2026, and it's going to continue on to the first week of October 2027. Now, do you want to listen to Dr. Ian Bremer? Or would you like to actually pay attention to what I have to say? Because I wasn't wrong during the COVID years. I wasn't wrong during what happened with the tariffs. I told you what to do. If you did what I told you to do, you would have made more than 20%. I told you what to do with the stock market weeks ago. If you paid attention, you would have made money today. And I am very concerned that the world, if we don't get off of this crazy train if we don't do the right thing, if we stop kicking the can down the road, if we don't stop kicking the can down the road, is what I meant to say, we're going to have this world curse. And everyone's going to be affected. We're being judged. We're being judged. The judgment started on October 7th of 2023. And mankind has not done the right thing. Anti-Semitism is up. Anti-Islam is up. Fighting between conservatives and liberals in the United States. Fighting between observant Jews and non-observant Jews. Fighting between Jews and Arabs. Fighting between Arabs and Christians. Fighting between conservative movement within MAGA. You have the America First pacifists and you have the America First expansionists. Everyone's at fault here. Even the religious in Israel. Because they didn't do the paraduma. They didn't do the ritual sacrifice for the red heifer on Mount Olive. There's a curse coming. Now, we have time because it's April 8th to September 11th to get our shit together. But I'm willing to bet we don't. And so all these things that we're doing, pumping more money into the system through the central banks, people getting in debt, our reliance on AI, our hubris of the military, thinking that things are going to de-escalate in the Middle East, that everything's copacetic in Asia, it's all going to come home to roost. And this curse is going to make people beg for mercy.
Iranians are not likely to strike back, and that means less tail risk around big infrastructure in the Gulf getting destroyed, tankers getting hit, and the like. Now, there's already been a level of recrimination and potential breaking of the ceasefire. First, there was an initial announcement by the Pakistanis that the Lebanon front, the war in Lebanon that the Israelis are conducting as a part of this. The Israelis immediately said that was not the case. And indeed, we've now seen in the last 12 hours the heaviest strikes against Lebanon, including on Beirut, at any point that we've seen during the war. So the Israeli prime minister showing that whatever happens on the ground in Iran, he's going to continue with his nation's war aims in Lebanon, dealing with Hezbollah, and also grabbing buffer territory in the south of that country. Hezbollah will hit back. Does that affect Iran's involvement in the ceasefire? So far, appears to be not. Second, we have some early indications that the Emiratis have engaged in strikes directly against Iranian energy infrastructure. I would say this is not yet at the point of reporting that I would consider it confirmed, but it's interesting insofar that the Israelis and the Emiratis, in addition to Bahrain, were the countries that were most interested, both in the region and in the world, in continuing to pursue strikes against Iran. And other countries like Saudi Arabia and Qatar really wanted to see this war over immediately. And those countries are welcoming the ceasefire announcement, as the Chinese, the Europeans.
What the fuck? What planet is this guy on? The Saudis, the UAE wanted the United States to go in and bomb the shit out of Iran. What planet is this guy on? It's total bullshit what he just said. There are many GCC countries that were for escalating the war, not going down the road of a ceasefire. That's why I keep on thinking that Trump is just rearming our Navy with Tomahawks and getting ready for the next round. And which is a good thing. Because if Trump backs off on this and he washes his hands clean and our military leaves the region, there's going to be a curse coming to the world. And it was because we were afraid to get the job done. There were very wise people stating in the 80s, don't be fearful of the international community. Don't be hubris. And just get the job done. And everything will be better. We went in that region during the soul root strength of Jacob. And it is, you look at the success that was going on in terms of all the missile strikes and degrading the IRGC, getting rid of the Ayatollah, the extraction of our pilot from the F-15 and the weapons specialist. Those are miracles. But that was because of the strength of Jacob. This all happened in April and in March. All these things that were happening. We're not going to have the blessing in September and October because Esau gets that. Esau gets blessed. The Iranians are going to be stronger in September and October. Trump leaves before getting the job done, and he has until July. A curse is going to be coming down on this earth.
Not seeing that yet from Israel and the UAE. So that is pretty interesting. The Iranians have engaged in strikes in an oil terminal in the UAE, saying it's a retaliation for strikes on their oil refinery. But again, the big belligerents, which is the U.S. and Israel against Iran, 12 hours into this announced ceasefire, are not striking each other. So that's clearly a meaningful improvement from where we were a day ago. I think that there is a reasonable likelihood that this ceasefire can stick because it is purely in the capacity of Trump to declare himself a winner and to move on. It doesn't mean he'll be perceived as such globally, or he'll be perceived as such even inside the United States. But since this war was his war, he chose how big to go. He chose to do the decapitations. He chose the date the war aims. He can say that the war aims have been fulfilled and it's over. No one else could have done that. He's already said it's a new regime. I wouldn't consider this a new regime in Iran. Certainly, the Iranian people that were hoping to be rescued, as Trump said that he would in the early days, don't consider this a new regime. But if Trump does, and that is the reality that he's going to run with, then you've solved that goal. You don't need to go ahead with it. He's saying now that there is a plan being put together, which would allow the Americans to remove all of the enriched uranium that is deeply under rubble at this point in the site in Esfahan. We're far from having such an agreement, and even if there was one, very far from executing on it. But if that is the reality that Trump is prepared to run with, then you no longer need to engage in strikes on that front. I will say that the American military had been increasingly concerned that there was much more Iranian ballistic missile capacity than they had anticipated. Longer range, faster missiles that could evade defenses, like the one we saw taking out the Qatari LNG plant, like the one we saw against the air base with the American aircraft, and all the injuries you saw in Saudi Arabia, outside Riyadh. And that was making the American military tell Trump, we're not comfortable with these boots on the ground plans near term. We need a longer period of time. We're not ready for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe even 4 weeks. Now, given all of this, American troops are still going to the region. You still have a third aircraft carrier strike group that it will be arriving in another week plus. You have thousands of additional ground forces. And those military plans have been drawn up, and Trump is still very capable of changing his mind and using them. At the very least, that will have happened with lower energy prices, and other prices over the course of the next couple of weeks, assuming that the ceasefire mostly holds. That's very different from saying that there's an agreement on what to do with the Strait going forward. And I mean, here is the biggest issue. It's not the nuclear issue, which the Americans and the Israelis have had plans and capacity to respond to. It's not regime change, which was never an operational plan by the United States. And it's not even the overall conventional military capabilities, which have largely been blown up, but they still have destructive power. The big problem is, are you prepared to tolerate that the only ships that go through the Strait are those that the Iranians say can go through?
It's the bioweapon labs. He's too stupid to see it. Dr. Ian Bremmer.
Americans and the Iranians don't come to a deal on how to handle that. And the U.S. could say, look, this is reconstruction. The money for reconstruction is all the money that you're getting for these ships going through. And Iran can say, we control the ships going through, that the Strait is basically our influence. And everyone else can cut deals with the Iranians, and maybe that allows you to get back to normal. But it does prevent the United States. It makes it much more costly for the U.S. to mow the grass the next time. But as the Iranians then rebuild their military capabilities and probably their nuclear capabilities too, that the next time the consequences and the costs of going after Iran are clearly much greater. And also the countries that will directly oppose it.
And this is the reason why it is so important to get the job done. We should have got the job done 47 years ago, 46 years ago, 45 years ago, 44 years ago, 43 years ago, 42 years ago, 41 years ago, 40 years ago. You get the point. It's time to kill Esau.
They are engaging with the Iranians diplomatically and economically to get all of these goods through. So what's the takeaway? First immediate takeaway is welcome the ceasefire. Great that Trump backed down unilaterally. This will hopefully lead to far less economic damage
Everyone's so focused on the economic. This is part of the reason why the New World Order, the Bilderberg Group, the World Economic Forum, the more integrated you are in the world, the less optionality you have for sovereignty. And he's promoting that horse shit.
Global crisis that had the potential to be an economic disruption the size of the pandemic. It should now be significantly less than that. That's the first takeaway. Second takeaway, there are no regional winners here. All of the Gulf states have had their economies hit. The Saudi economy will do really well this year because they will have had a lot of oil going through their East-West pipeline, but still there is a lot of damage to how safe they are to invest in long-term, travel to investment in this part of the world. No one in the region would have wanted this to have happened. Least of all the Iranians, who now have a much weaker government with weaker capacity to lead it, with so many of their leaders having been assassinated, with so much of their industrial capabilities having been damaged or destroyed. Iran is in a much weaker position. America's in a much weaker position, having ordered up this war and not been able to make good on most of the war goals, while almost all of the world directly opposes what the Americans have been doing. It's weaker in terms of U.S. alliances, particularly with NATO. And it also makes the Russians and the Chinese feel like if we can just cause damage to the United States, they can't handle long-term conflict with us. Another data point, very important for the Chinese after what they saw with their trade war brief as it was with the United States. And then there is the question of, do we really think that this is going to last? And there, watch the Israelis, watch the Emiratis, and watch whether or not we see execution risk as there are more than, even though Trump is the unilateral agent in determining the ceasefire, there are plenty of people that are involved in this fight, and that including an Iranian government that may not have unitary capacity to execute on saying no more strikes. That we don't know. We saw the decentralization of some targeting. Is there going to be a decentralization in ending the ceasefire too, in which case you've got problems because things will still get targeted in the Strait, even as the central Iranian government is trying to keep it open. What about the Houthis? What about Hezbollah? And how do the Israelis respond to all of that? So big questions today, but still a significantly better position than we were in yesterday or any of the last 5 weeks, frankly. And it's always welcome to have a little bit of good news. That's it for me.
No, he's wrong. He's wrong. He's wrong. Hitting Iran was probably the better option than to kick the can down the road. We're in a better position. Why are we in a better position? Why wasn't it a better position to actually knock out the bridges? Because what if we need to do a ground offensive? See, right now, if this is a real ceasefire from Trump, if this is really going to take hold and he's going to back off, then we showed that we don't have the fortitude to go all the way. The Iranian people were massacred while they were protesting their government. You're going to have the IRGC still standing? You're still going to have the theocratic regime there? Where's the international community screaming bloody murder about 20, 30, 40,000 of their people being killed during the protests? No one really knows and how much, but it happened. Where's the international community outrage? The international community was so outraged that Trump's going to blow up bridges. It's such a war crime. Heaven forbid. Trump needs to get the job done, because if he doesn't, what president will? J.D. Vance? You think he will? He's a fair weather supporter of Trump. I've never trusted J.D. Vance. There's something about him that I don't trust. Rubio? I think Rubio is doing a great job, but I don't think that he would do it if he was president. Gavin Newsom? You think he would do it? No. Tell me, which person that potentially could be president of the United States would actually get the job done? And this falls into the thesis that I have, that the world is going to have a curse because we didn't do what we were supposed to do. We're supposed to eliminate Esau, negative soul. And the religious community within Israel is supposed to ritually slaughter the red heifer. Now, if either one or both of them don't happen, a very big curse is coming. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nanosilver toothpaste. This will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, reduce inflammation at the gum line, improve your gum line health, and neutralize. This is very important to use, especially during the winter season, because the structural nanosilver neutralizes. It has no fluoride, and if you use this every day, you're improving your oral hygiene. And with good oral hygiene, you're helping your cardiovascular health and your valvular health. So please go to my store, get the structural nanosilver toothpaste. It's the best toothpaste that you can get. All right, let's listen to Live Now on what they have to say about Schumer.
We need to go ahead and head back out to New York, where Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is beginning his press conference. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Bloodshed, billions of dollars.
let's see where we are after 39 days of this war.
Yeah, let's blame Trump.
Trump's war, with a price tag of $44 billion and $4 gas, made a...
So what?
worse off today than we were when he started it. And let's go over this piece by piece. Why are we worse off today than the day he started it? First, the Strait of Hormuz. It's in worse shape today, with more Iranian domination of it than it was before the war started. Iran has now demonstrated to the whole world that it can use the Strait of Hormuz as leverage against the international community. In terms of what Trump has described as this 2-week ceasefire, in terms of even when that holds, the strait is only partially open for 2 weeks, and it's on a conditional basis. That leverage is not gone. Trump handed to the Iranians leverage over the Strait of Hormuz. So in the short term, we're not in much better shape, and in the long term, we're in much worse shape when it comes to all the oil that has to go out of the straits. Second, the Iranian regime. Iran still has an Ayatollah named Khamenei. The Iranian regime is still standing, not just standing, but now emboldened. And the regime is likely to be even more radical and more dangerous than it was before. So it's worse. Trump's Iran war has strengthened the Iranian regime and made the United States position worse. Gas prices. At home here, American families have paid the price for this war. Gas prices have skyrocketed in just a matter of days. They're not going to change until August. And in general, the world oil markets will be unsettled for years from now.
No.
Several years from now, Americans in the world will still be paying the price.
No, that's
A higher price for gas prices than before the war started. Iran's nuclear ambition, worse.
That's true.
The bottom line is that Iran still has its nuclear stockpile, its nuclear ambitions. Iran still has its nuclear stockpile. Its nuclear ambitions are still unchecked, if not accelerated. And finally, American credibility. The nations of the world are furious at Trump. The Europeans, the Asians, even the Middle Eastern allies. They say, what the hell is he doing? And the United States' diplomatic position and credibility in the world is dramatically worse because of this war. So just in summary, this war has made us worse off today than before it started. The war made us worse in terms of control of the Strait of Hormuz. The war made us worse in terms of the strength of the Iranian regime. The war made us worse.
This is the reason why it's so important to get the job done. There will be a curse that comes on this earth because the United States wasn't willing to completely remove negative Esau. And what it is that it's kind of like almost design system where if the United States doesn't do the right thing all the way, there's going to be a feedback loop that forces it to either do the right thing or radically lose position of power in the world. This country is blessed. And I'm still in the mindset, don't bet against the United States. But we're in a situation here that we will lose our blessing as a great nation if we don't do the right thing. Schumer's a jackass. He always has been a jackass. But he is right that this war, if it's not executed to its full conclusion, is going to lead to a world curse.
High gas prices, the war made us worse because Iran's nuclear ambitions have been unchecked, and the war made us worse because American credibility is down the drain. It's just incredible. This is one of the very worst military and foreign policy actions that the United States.
You know what's incredible is why he was cooking on the grill a hamburger with cheese if he's Jewish.
Ever taken. And of course, there are other points here. Brave American soldiers have died. Many remain in harm's way. All of this happens when one man, especially a man acting as unhinged as Donald Trump, has unchecked power to wage war. He backs himself into a corner with dangerous, escalating rhetoric. The entire world holds its breath, wondering what's next going to come out of his mouth. And can he ever find a way out? A commander-in-chief who is truly in control would never have gotten into this colossal mess to begin with. That is exactly why I'm announcing that today the Senate will vote next week on the War Powers Resolution. Congress must reassert its authority, especially at this dangerous moment. No president, Democrat or Republican, should take this country to war alone. Not now, not ever. Republicans will once again have the opportunity to join Democrats and end this reckless war of choice. The public must demand that Republicans join with us to approve the War Powers Act. The War Powers Act will cease hostilities and require the administration to get an AUMF before going to war after the hostilities cease.
I don't think he understands how things work in the United States. Let's say that the Republicans and the Democrats come to some sort of agreement on the War Powers Act in the House and in the Senate. It goes up to the executive branch, the White House, to be signed. And Trump can veto it. There is no way in hell that the actual Congress is going to be able to override the veto. So the executive branch is going to say, go fuck yourself, Schumer. This is all bluster for the midterm election.
And the bottom line is this. From day one, this war has never had a satisfactory answer to what is the goal, what do we want to achieve, what is the timetable, how much will it cost in both lives and treasure. He has never had an answer. In fact, his answer varies from day to day to day. It almost looks as he wakes up in the morning, looks at the oil market and the stock market, and determines that day's actions over in Iran.
What's wrong with that?
It's erratic, but worse than erratic, it's dangerous. Let this be a warning. If Trump starts a new war, we will be in worse shape given his lack of planning and focus. Trump must end the war now. The only viable solution is a lasting diplomatic one. A 2-week ceasefire, especially one as fragile as this, is not a strategy. It's not a diplomatic solution. It's not a plan. Trump needs to stop posting on the social media and start doing the hard work of building a lasting peace. Trump chose this war. He owns the consequences. And next week,
Trump chose to try to fix the problem that has been festering for the last 47 years. And Schumer, out of that last 47 years, most of it, he has been in the legislative branch.
has the opportunity to act to make sure it cannot happen again. Ready for your questions. Yes, NJ.
With respect to the administration, it sounds almost triumphant enough, insisting that all U.S. objectives have been achieved with minimal losses. What's your response to that?
What? My response to that is just look at the actual results, not the BS that comes out of the administration. Straits of Hormuz, we're in worse shape. Iranian regime, worse shape.
What about the BS that comes out of the Democratic Party? Is the country better off with their failed policies and their allegiance to the post-modern ethics? The erosion of God, country, and family? Is the United States stronger because of Democratic policies? We're going bankrupt because of Democratic policies. All right, enough of Schumer, my senator from New York. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nanosilver gels. You can get the tube version or the quick dispenser. They work the same way. They're very high quality. You put it on in an abrasion. It'll help to heal the abrasion, minor burn or cut, about a third of the time quicker. In addition, you can use it as a daily skincare, and you can use it if you're not feeling well because of the cold season, or someone around you's not feeling well during the cold season, because it'll help to neutralize, because it's made from structural nanosilver. You put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your ears, around your eyes, around your nose, lightly coat your nostrils. It'll stay active for 5.5 hours and neutralize. It's really powerful. Make sure you have some at home. Make sure you have some at work. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. That's the end of my broadcast. Now, stay tuned. Markets are going to be moving. We don't know what's going to happen. It looks like the ceasefire is going to break apart. When will it break apart? Who knows? Is it going to be 2 weeks, 2 days, 2 hours? Who knows? But it's going to move the energy markets. It's going to move the equity markets. So pay attention. Thank you for listening. Please share the links and go to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer. Please have a nice day.